When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Passing the anti-woke bill is last feather in the Florida legislature's racist cap. We'll get into that article. It's going to be crazy, I bet. Going through lesson of the day, anti-whitism in the news. And the MP, we are a country of immigrants. How to beat that, we'll talk about it. And E. Michael Jones, shallow-throating commenter, thinks I should put on my big boy pants and not be the victim. We'll talk about that as well. And of course, what has grabbed everybody's attention, Dr. Pierce's son goes anti-white. We'll discuss that. Hey, don't forget, April 2nd is the big picnic that Yiz the Unifier is throwing. And it's down south West Virginia, Northeast Tennessee region. It is a White Wellbeing kind of a picnic. If you're interested, make sure you reach out to her. And then there is this. A man is in a bar drinking. At some point during the night, he can sense he's had too many and decides to go home. But when he tries to stand up from his stool, he finds his legs are unsteady and he collapses. He decides that some fresh air will do his drunken head some good. So he army crawls to the door, pulls himself up on the frame, breathes in some cool night air, and does feel a lot better. But when he lets go of the door to walk home, he immediately falls down again. He's drunk, but not too drunk to know he needs to get home before his wife wakes up and sees how late he's been out. Since his house is nearby, he army crawls all the way there. By the time he feels he's probably sobered up enough to stand. But when he pulls himself up on the rail of his porch and then lets go, he immediately falls down again. Defeated, he army crawls up the stairs and pulls himself into bed, his sleeping wife none the wiser. Despite his confidence, he had fooled his wife. When he wakes up the next morning, she's standing over him, looking down disapprovingly. So I guess you got pretty drunk at the bar last night, she asks. Why would you say that? He responds innocently. Well, for one, you forgot your wheelchair again. It is 5 right outside Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, I guess, or somewhere around there. I think it's 9 in London and somewhere around midnight in Moscow. And we are going free. It is magnificent to be with every single one of you today on this Sunday evening, Monday morning, depending on where you are across the globe. How is the sound, the mic? I did one of those throwing electricity things again, just as we were getting ready to start talking here on Going Free. Hey, if you have a comment or a question, you could tag me. You could do so on Odyssey. You could do so on D Live. You could do so on YouTube. Make sure you tag me so that I can see, like the great Elaine Sabatino just demonstrated with No White Guilt Clips. And hello to you both, Elaine and No White Guilt Clips. And there is the magnificent Biospirit of the West. Wonderful to see you, dear brother. Nathaniel Nelson as well, and Lockie and Wada. Nothing but shams. Wes Middlebrook is here. Archangel, wonderful to see every single one of you. And the dear sweet sister, sweet young lady, Carlisle Cockatoo is with us. Hello to you, young lady. The great For Null is here. You may also go over to Entropy and you may write in the question widget, also known as the Tall Kevin widget, your question or comment. It won't disappear from there. It doesn't scroll anywhere unless you or I delete it. Now, you may also financially gift over the course of this gathering. Every single cent is appreciated. You may do so on Entropy at a cost of 15% to you. It goes to the wonderful people over at that platform who are ensuring that freedom of speech remains intact for every single one of us, especially those who don't hate the white race. We also have the option of Odyssey, also at 15% to you. Over the course of the evening, you may gift there in dollars. You may also gift there in their cryptocurrency, which is library tokens, I believe. And Let's Go Brandon is with us over there. Promethean Healing and the great For Null over on D Live as well. Birdie Bassett, hello to you all. Jack McDaniels, great to see you all. Arctic Snow is even over there. Now, over the course of this week, we did not receive any anonymous financial gifts. So we will say then that you also have the option of using Cash App to financially gift. I will be checking all of these, and everybody who financially gifts gets their question or statement read out over the course of the stream. When you do so on Cash App, it is at no cost to you or me. You may finally financially gift with a cryptocurrency. You go to nowhyguilt.org, nowhyguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab, and you will see the option there to financially gift yours truly in cryptocurrencies. There are 4 or 5 or so of the top several that folks are trading with. It's wonderful to see you all. Start off right now with a comment from one Cancerous Messiah. Says, you got to have an ego the size of an entire continent to have a large foxtrotting banner with your face on it hanging in your own house. To which Just For Comment responds, it's a joke, based on the huge amount of heat and trolls who attack him. Both of these people are correct. Let's jump on over to the story that we're going to be covering, the featured story this evening from the Miami Herald. Passing the anti-woke bill is last feather on Florida's legislature's racist cap. Let me try to ground myself and make sure I don't set off any. I don't know what the deal is. Everything has been done. I will pull the mic up so that I can hide it just in case I have to do a funny voice or face, as you all know. We will, though, right off at the very beginning, celebrate the great dude, bro moment. Let's get a raucous round of emojis for this champion who just financially gifted $150. 150. The great Brant Danger is here. Great to see you. Jay Link, Simon JJ, Carlotta, Austin, Franklin, Vigil, Bell Curve. Wonderful to see you all. Thank you for celebrating Dude Bro Moment, financially gifting $150 to get started. We are going to be covering some of those topics that you saw or you may see in the title. You heard me mention at the beginning of the gathering, both the Dr. Pierce's son going anti-white as the children of so many of these other leaders in the white sympathetic sphere, the people whom you would think, right? You would think their kids are going to be perfect, right? Well, if their message is focused in a certain way that we've talked about for a long time, we remedied in service to white well-being with the practice of going free. Of course, it was inevitable. How many times do I have to say this? How many times do I have to be proven right? Do you have to be proven right now that you have adopted the practice of going free? How many times do you have to be proven right before people finally say, well, I guess we're going to go ahead and do what works? We also have, of course, we'll talk about that. We have this commenter, E. Michael Jones commenter, shallow throating E. Michael Jones. He wants me to pull on my big boy pants, not play the victim. Playing the victim, Yeah, I don't think that's what's going on here. We'll have that and more in just a little bit, as well as your comments and your calls as we move through this wonderful gathering, another gathering where it is the first day of spring. Isn't it marvelous? I've got my daffodils right here. This is my favorite flower. If I'm sure you're just on the edge of your seat wanting to know, what is Jason's favorite flower and firearm? And the flower is the daffodil. I planted daffodils. It was the very first plant that I ever planted. My parents had a little garden in the back of the house. And I was very young. And my mother gave me these bulbs. I wanted something to plant. And she said, just go ahead and plant these, just whatever, get away from me. I went straight to their garden where they had things like tomato plants and all of this sort of business. And I planted the bulbs in the dead center of the garden. And well, my parents were a bit surprised by next year when the daffodils showed up in the middle of the garden, but oh well, their number one son had put it there. So, and they still come up every garden long gone, the flowers still there, but they're coming up everywhere this time of year in Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, and they look absolutely spectacular. We have the dogwoods, the pink and white dogwoods are blooming. Who out there is trying to guess my favorite firearm? Do I actually have a favorite one? Maybe there are a few. What would Jason like? I guess, would it depend on the circumstance? Probably would. So you'll have to think of the circumstance too. Maybe home invasion. What would Jason reach for? There are some favorites. Pink and white dogwoods blooming right now. The buds are out on all these trees. You got the little leaf lindens, which are kind of a nuisance, but they're budding and the leafing right now. It's marvelous. Everything is waking up from its slumber. It's a great time to be alive, isn't it? Especially when you're able to recapture the destiny of Western kind. Who should be happy and excited, if not us, who are achieving the success every single place we look, every interaction we have. And we had a wonderful interaction with the wonderful James Hake over on the Hake Report this past week. And he was marvelous, wasn't he, for everybody who was over there? Let's get Hake a round of applause. Everybody loved him when Jared George and I had him over, and we'll have to have him on Going Free next. And he was a marvelous host. We had a great conversation for, I think, a little over an hour, and great interaction with all his wonderful fans over there, and demonstrating how you can take the practice of going free in environments that are not identical. And I will go to any environment, and I will demonstrate for you how we can use the practice of going free to mesh perfectly with ordinary white people, ordinary non-white people all around the world. It is not something like others have pushed, endorsed, sank their lives into and ruined their lives, that end up ostracizing themselves and alienating themselves from ordinary society, and then their children as well. It chagrins me, But when you predict something long enough and you tell folks that something's going to happen a certain way, if they continue, and then they continue and it happens that way, what do you do? What do you do? I don't know. Maybe you mock and ridicule them to death. Over here, we have the great Sakis. But let's get back to Dude Bro Moment's comment, and then we'll get to Sakis, who just financially gifted $5. Thank you so much, my dear brother, and great to see you as well. Ursa Major is here. Promethean Epoch. Great to see you. And so many others. And Jay is with us. Serpent Samael. Hello to you. I don't think I've read that name before. Lucid is with us. Wonderful to see you. Get my attention, folks. If you have a comment, a question, you disagree, you think I should put my big boy pants on, whatever it might be, the great Rory Herbert is here. You know, we had Rory on last week, and I've got to mention this again on because we were talking about the witches, and he financially gifted during that stream with a comment about a distant cousin. And this is, wouldn't it be wonderful if we all had family records like this? If we had invested so much time in the love of our people. So you have to love yourself. You have to love your kind if you're going to love your people, if you're going to love your history, if you're going to love your heritage. And he writes here, think about imagine if you had this, a very distant cousin of his, Waite Winthrop. Where did I put my glasses? Was a magistrate on the court of Oyer and Terminer. I'm not sure what that position is. That heard the Salem witch trials in 1692. He sentenced 19 witches to death by hanging. Well, isn't that something? That's remarkable. We have people, and you don't see this. You don't see this as the norm elsewhere. Where the participants, because we don't have just viewers, we don't have just members. What the hell is a member anyhow? I mean, I thought that was something that swung real low between your legs. Anyhow, we have participants. We have people making changes in the world. And we have these people that are writing in and they're saying, my cousin, my second cousin is president thus and such. You know, my great uncle is, secretary of, and it's just amazing. All of these people, I guess I'll leave these here. All of these people who have these magnificent connections. And it reminds me of when the South seceded from the United States. And one of the things that you don't see in the history books very often is that many of the biggest names, the most well-known patriots in the United States, in what was now the United States, the North, many of their biggest names, the descendants of those patriots, of those who seceded from the UK, fought for the South. Now, check with CNN to make sure I'm right. Maybe I'm just entertaining you. But the ear is always against the door. But isn't that something? That the descendants, the inheritors of those great achieving bloodlines, if you will, family lines, these great heirs, they decided, wait a second. We thought the independent rule and control of one's destiny was the reason we formed this country. I'll go fight for the side that's doing that. So they either fought for the Confederate States of America, or they financially supported where they could. And they advocated for, until they started putting everybody in jail in the United States, like the Maryland legislature and all of this sort of thing. But again, check with mainstream anti-white stream historians, because they know. And they have a lock and key on it, just like they know the history of everything that's taking place in Ukraine right now. They just know it all. And they will tell you by the minute, it changes to suit their anti-white narrative. But make sure you get to those folks and find out exactly what they have to say. We'll jump back over here to Entropy, where Dude Bro Moment writes this. I was lucky to get some extra hours at work this week. My good luck is our good fortune. Do you hear that? This guy just financially gifted $150 because he got extra hours at work. Sounds like my father used to be, where he was any opportunity for extra hours. He writes here, it is always nice to invest in White Wellbeing. I really enjoyed the fitness segment last night. Looking forward to going free with no white guilt. Keep it Promethean. What does that mean? Reason, logic, and evidence are at the core of decision-making and interpretation. You want the rest of what it means to keep it Promethean. Read Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, and any of the other books, because that spirit runs true throughout everything that I have written. Thank you so much for that dude bro moment. $150. We're going to be getting to this article, featured story, passing the anti-woke bill is the last feather on Florida's legislature's racist cap, writes Fabiola Santiago. Fabiola, she's fabulous. I assume it's Fabiola is a female name. Do they have any more about it is? And she is a picture of just lithe, supple flexibility. She's like a fawn jumping through the forest that weighs 500 pounds. Okay, before we get to that, though, we're going to jump back over to entropy, where Sakis writes here, are you aware of the 2019 NBC New York article titled Man Arrested for Possible Anti-White Attacks in Manhattan, NYPD? No, I'm not aware of that. I think it's pretty white pilling that NBC would use the term anti-white 3 years ago and thought I'd bring it to your attention. But thank you. So I actually, if it was 3 years ago, yeah, for sure, 2019, it's entirely possible because that I wouldn't remember it. We have so many successes, and this is a great example. And Sakis, thank you for bringing it. If you're new to Going Free, the practice of going free, it's not a group, it's not a movement, it's not a political party where all of that is lousy and loses. It's not some sort of militia where you fantasize, kind of like when you look through Playboy, that you're going to be able to do what other men can really do. No, it's none of those things, because you can't do those things. What you can do, though, is you can have victory after victory after victory in your own head, in the circles of your family, your work, your friends, the entire anti-white media regime. You can have victories there, and you see it again and again, where they are forced, when we live in our story with our concepts, they are forced to speak to our story in our concepts, a place where we win. And I've been shat on for year after year after year for arguing this, mocked and ridiculed. And you all now have gathered around. We now have champions of the highest order, and we'll see who has the last laugh indeed. And you can see here by Sakit's comment, it's us. So if you want to comment again, make sure you tag me, but don't just spam. Instead, post it every now and again, and I'll see it. Or you can head on over to Entropy, and you can put it in there on the Talk Heaven widget, the question widget, and then it will appear, and you will have exactly what you want, which is my attention. Thank you all for pointing out that somehow I had, First Last is here, that somehow I had stunned the machine into silence again. You all were good, fast. That's how it should be, paying attention. Paying attention. Thank you all for that. Heh is with us. So is Spider. Hello to you. Ric Flair says NWG was really good on the Hake report. Why don't we get to the activities at hand? We'll keep an eye on this electrifying that we keep doing. If there's anything we learn from the legislative session in Florida, is the undeniable reality that racism. That's how Fabiano, what's her name again? Let me look back. Fabiola. That's how Fabiola, that's her actual voice. I was doing an imitation of her voice. I should keep my hand on the mouse and see. Maybe that helps. Fabiola, racism. If there's anything we learn from the legislative session in Florida, it's the undeniable reality that racism is alive and unfortunately thriving in the highest corridors of the Sunshine State. That can be a tongue twister for me. So it's good I didn't bite my tongue off with that. The Sunshine State. Where are we? Time for the hashtag SOS Florida. How pathetic. How stupid. SOS Florida. Can we say Florida? Pants is here. Great to see you. We are the Remnants. Hello to you. Duke is here. Great to see you. SOS Florida. Somebody come rescue what lawmakers left of our civil rights. Somebody come rescue what lawmakers left of our civil rights. Fabiola. This is where woke, quote, this is where woke goes to die, Governor Ron DeSantis stupidly stated and bragged in a speech to the Conservative Federalist Society. Think about how dumb that is. He must have a giant foot to put in his mouth because, and a really flexible leg to reach all the way around to his mouth because it's up his ass with his head to say, this is where woke goes to die. This is where Florida is where you go to sleep. Florida is where you're euthanized. We're not woke here in Florida. We're in comas. And the legislature went to work doing the dirty work of hiding horrific. Wait a second. And the legislature went to work doing the dirty work of Fabiola. She's probably better in another language. Of hiding horrific Black Florida history from students and grown-ups in the name of white comfort. You bitch. You absolute anti-white bitch. Lithely jumping through the forest like a 500-pound fawn. In the name of white comfort. So this is what if you're not able to victimize and slander white people, if you're not able to psychologically abuse and traumatize for the totality of their lives, white children, then you're giving in to white comfort. Because you need to, according to this anti-white, and this is why I stopped a long time ago. It's why when I was 12 years old, I figured out that these people are motivated by a desire to victimize Western kind and Western civilization, born out of jealousy and envy. And then the fruits of that victimization ends up engendering the desires of lust because and the lucre that comes from it. So the desire for the white women, in some cases, the white men or white little boys that they get out of it, and white women, white girls otherwise. So and it's all races of anti-whites, all races. And they make arguments in order to achieve those objectives. So when you engage them in their arguments, you are wasting your time. You're absolutely wasting your time. Is there any doubt that Fabiola, what she would like to do if she could get alone with that white little boy that I was showing at the beginning of the show? By the way, that clip, isn't that something? That white little boy is proof that being present can make a big difference. And when he sees his mother and father, he gives that like little fist pump. That actually brought tears to my eyes. That's a wonderful thing. Well, what would this Fabiola do? What would this Fabiola do to that little boy? White little boy and white little girl there might have been his sister or ultimately his sister, right? Because we're a people. We're a family End of conversation. Fabiola would like to choke the life right out of him, metaphorically at least. This is where woke goes to die. Somebody, we got to get back to DeSantis and help him, because he's in trouble. He's in big trouble. And you'll see, there's actually an article I'm thinking about potentially reading on Wednesday that really outlines these long attempts for a great many years by white people in the United States to try to claw back some of what had been stolen from us a long, long time ago. And just the least bit of control over our destinies. And you can see that every endeavor has taken place within the anti-white narrative. And so they were all doomed to fail, inevitably, which is why we are so much different. DeSantis here saying this is where woke goes to die means he's entirely in their story. And remember, everybody out there who thinks that concepts and don't change things, remember that particular school where a particular group of people went there, and you talked all the time about how they came up with all these ideas to undermine us. And that's how we were defeated, right? Even though those ideas, those anti-white ideas were there before them, nonetheless. We'll continue. On Thursday, senators passed HB 7, the last of several bills fueled not by need. Oh, it's not by a need. One sec. And we have here, but by political culture wars in a year when the governor is up for re-election. Oh, it's political culture wars. So there's no need to stop the victimization. There's no need to of white children. There's no need to stop the victimization of white adults in their places of work. And I have people writing me all the time, and they're talking about, I've got to take this other class. I've got to take this other anti-white class. And so it's happening everywhere all the time. DeSantis wants the quote free state of Florida. That's thrown into question because white people don't want to be victimized, because white people are going to stop the victimization. Guess what's going to happen? Do you all already know? You all who are studying and sticking with the practice of going for, you all already know. Since DeSantis is not calling it what it is, what he's doing is going to be easily repealed, and the strictures that prevent anti-whites from victimizing us will easily be redefined and then implemented again. You have to call it what it is outside of their narrative, for God's sake. So what he is doing is ultimately going to fail. But she says here, the state's no longer free because they can't victimize white babies here at the bottom of the hour of Florida, quote, to be known as a brick wall against all things woke. So he allows Fabiola to be the woke one in the room, while he, functionally comatose, waddles around and drools on himself on the other side of the room. But there was no, quote, freedom, none at all, dispensed by the Florida legislature this session. Only censorship, hate of the other made official, and the stoking of divisions. You fat bitch, you to hell. You bastard, you anti-white bastards, censor us relentlessly. You censor us relentlessly. To open your fat eating mouths and complain about being stopped from victimizing white people and call that censorship deserves more than condemnation from me. You absolutely repulse me. You pig, you anti-white pig. Only censorship and hate of the other. So yeah, if you want to stop the victimization of white people, the psychological abuse of white people and white babies, that's defined by an anti-white as hatred for the other, which she capitalizes, because they're worthy of a capital. The word "the" and the word "other" are worthy of capitals, but the word white does not deserve a capital. You fucking fat bitch. And then stoking of divisions. Again, saying that white people, we're going to stop you from psychologically abusing white people, at least under this rubric that they're using now. That in an anti-white's mind is the stoking of divisions. That's all anti-whiteism is. That's all it is the stoking of divisions, bitch. These people, they have to be told. You have to be passionate. You can go about this a couple different ways. You could see that somebody like this, and you could get up in their face and say, "You anti-white POS. Don't you ever write stuff like this again." You could do that. You get that on video with this lard waddling down the street. You could do that. Like these, what were they called? Like the Weeble people? Wasn't that what they were called? Those things they fall over, what does it go? They fall down, but they don't stay down. What's the slogan for the Weeble people or whatever it was? Those toys, legless toys, just fat on the bottom. So many people today look like that. Anyhow, what were they called? You could do that, or you could go up to her and you could be like calm, and you could do this to anybody. You could do it with this Fabiola. With nothing about her is fabulous. Let me just promise you, except for maybe her ability to consume hot dogs. But having said that, you could go up and you could say, "Why are you so anti-white, Fabiola? What's your problem? Why do you hate white people so much? Let's talk about anti-whiteism, why you're infected with it. Why do you want to live in a white country? Why do you want to live in the West? You know, the West is what white people produce, right? No other race of people have ever gone anywhere on planet Earth and started Western civilization. I know the ear is against the door and you have to check with CNN, but that's kind of obvious, right? Just like white people haven't gone and started Hispanic civilization somewhere else in the world, right? So you could go up to her and you could film it, or a family member. Let's talk about why you continue to contribute to the anti-white narrative. Let's talk about the hate hoaxes that are taking place. Let's talk about, and you could just go on and hammer this hog. Hammer the hog. That's what you should be doing, is hammering the hog when it comes to this kind of language. Stoking divisions. That's all anti-whiteism is. The Republican-ruled legislative body, and she throws that in like it matters or like it means something. They're anti-white too. The difference is that the Republicans are anti-whites that have to appeal to a different group of people who don't want to hear about, at least as much, about how evil the white race is, about how we need to white erase. You could ask this hog, Fabiola, why do you want to white erase? Why do you want to psychologically abuse and torment white children? So the Republicans, individuals running for office, you need, and some of them are actually about this big. How big is DeSantis? They need to appeal to a group of people who will vote for them or not vote for them on the basis of verbiage and determined by verbiage that does not include, we're going to white erase everything. White people are all evil, in so many words, of course. But that doesn't mean that they're not as anti-white. Let them start using the lexicon that works, the dialectics that work, and then we'll know whether or not they're anti-white. I mean, the fact that ultimately what will end up happening as we continue to proliferate the lexicon, the dialectics across the US, Canada, the world, as we continue to proliferate these things, politicians will be put in a position by which we will be able to easily know them. Easily know them. Because if they won't say anti-white, we know they're not right. And then you move on. We'll be demanding of them that they actually contend with the real foe, not these faux foes, as First Last gave us, not these faux foes, which is what Republicans do all the time, but the real foe. And by the way, these conservatives, this guy on Fox News, I saw last night and the night before, the misfortune of seeing this guy 2 nights in a row. And he said, I think it was 2 nights in a row. And 2 nights ago, he said, absolutely cannot get into a hot war, like a shooting war with Russia. We must not let it happen. He said he wanted to, he was in favor of sending food and aid and ammo and munitions, which, by the way, folks, when you put strictures on a country's economy, as the U.S. has done to Russia, that is a declaration of war. When you supply a country, in this case, Ukraine, and we want the war there to end because we hate white people fighting white people, and we don't want more dead white people for the benefit of anti-white oligarchs wherever they live, right? Having said that, when you arm the Ukrainians, that's a declaration of war against Russia. That's the third thing, and the biggest thing, is when you provide, which we're told, check with CNN, we are told by government officials that they are supplying intelligence. That means telling Ukrainians, hey, there's a Russian tank here, go shoot it. Hey, there's something over there, go blow it up. Hey, when you do that, that is a declaration of war. And rest assured that the oligarchs in Russia view it as a declaration of war. In China, they view it as a declaration of war. In Iran, they view it as a declaration of war. This is and as I said weeks ago when this got started, it's the blatant demonstration of the raw power of just the menacing raw power of the anti-white oligarchs who dominate the United States, period. So this guy 2 nights ago says, don't want to get into a hot war with Russia. This is what he says, but he's in favor of sending ammo and supplies and things like this. Last night, in one day, he says, totally in favor of hot war with Russia. Why? Hitler. I'm not kidding. He actually said he's now in favor of a hot war with Russia, American troops on the ground. This is on Fox. Check it out, though, but you can ask CNN and see if they're right. And he went over to a map where he showed you a map of Europe just prior to World War II. And then here was, and we tried to talk with, we thought we could reason with. So therefore, we need troops on the ground in Ukraine. Bullshit. If you have to, don't go to a payphone to conceal your identity. You may go to the payphone to enjoy the weather, the wonderful weather of wherever you are and in America. And you could give a senator, a congressman, several of them or women, a call, and you could say, you better not take this country into a hot war with Russia. I will make sure you never see another stint in office. I will make sure you never win another election. Which, of course, is speaking totally to supporting that person's opposition, right? You will do whatever it takes to make sure that they don't take this country into a hot war. I see. Thank you. That they don't take this country into a hot war. So in one day, that guy went from holding the position, don't want you to participate, don't want troops on the ground, boots on the ground, and in the very next day, boots on the ground because Hitler. Let's continue with this. Set them back, period. Put them in their place is the message Republicans sent with one measure passed after another. From making it harder for blacks to win elections. What? Did we start a different article? Okay, yeah, Republican rule. Wait a second. Okay, we'll pick it up there. Republican ruled legislative body eager to please maximum leader DeSantis brought back the ghosts of the Confederacy, passing an agenda fraught with assaults on minority rights. So she's defining you putting an end to the victimization of white people, not wanting to have your babies psychologically abused, as infringing on minority rights. So they have a right not only to be in your presence, because they have to be around us. All these anti-whites, whether they're white or non-white, for some reason, they always have to be around us. So they have a right to be in our face, and they have a right to victimize us. They have a right to our genitals. They have a right to our money. They have a right to our creation. They have a right to our productivity. They have a right to our ingenuity. They have a right to our creativity. They just have a right to all of it. How about we write their asses out of history? How about that? Assault on minority rights, civil rights. No freedom in anti-woke, she says. I don't understand why I'm throwing so much electric today. The so-called anti-woke bill endorsed by the Senate was the last feather on the racist cap of white conservatives. So angst-ridden by the rise of African Americans in this country that they have to strip minorities and women of as many rights as they possibly can. What a joke. So you see what she's doing there. She's not black. Let's have a look at her again. Now, Fabiola Santiago. She's not black, but she's defending blacks, and then calling on black. This is calling on the as many of the ally anti-white groups as possible. So calling on blacks. Is she going to call on Jews next? But she's calling on women. How many white women will show up? I hope not as many as used to show up. Come on, white women, join us until we don't need you anymore. And then we feed you to the wood chipper of history. Set them back. That's where we were. Republicans sent with one measure, passed after another, from making it harder for blacks to win elections. No, that's not legal. Minorities are minorities. Remember, it's anti-whites. We never use that meme pathogen minority. Are most affected by limiting access to voting, while the known cheaters are GOP operatives. I mean, this woman is a heavy user of something that muddies the mind. For her, I don't know, calories, her genetics is muddying her personal family genetics. Parents were probably as insane and stupid as she was. Just making sure, folks. We're making sure. To telling schools and workplaces what they can teach about race and sexual identity. Okay, well, that's what you all were doing. Remember, that was the problem. You all were telling the schools what they would teach about race and sexuality. And teaching the children to be something other than what they would develop into sexually was clearly your objective, by introducing things that were aberrant, by introducing things that were unlikely, to say the least, to be their personal desires in life. And of course, what were you teaching about race? Anti-whiteism. So do you see how the anti-white mind works? You have to take away the freedom to decide what children are taught in order to have the freedom to decide what children are taught. Don't debate them in their story. Leveraging our power, quote, leveraging our power to enforce strict guidelines on curriculum and education is done by authoritarian regimes, not democratic republics, close quote, admonished Senator Janet Cruz of Tampa, one of several Democrat senators who made impassioned 11th hour appeals to stop the whitewashing of Florida's Black history. So you can see again how she's so impartial. She's not speaking up for Hispanics. She's speaking up for Blacks and women. Fabiola, you are not fooling anyone. How dumb must you be to think that you're tricking someone into believing that you are impartial? You are vehemently anti-white, diseased from top to bottom. Janet. And then how much do you want to bet that Republicans will, like DeSantis, will take up this, we're not whitewashing Black history. Just watch. But two Republicans, including, to our shame, I think she meant TWO. Our shame, Miami-Dade's Senator Manny Diaz, who shepherded through the Senate this racist bill. Multiple sources say he'll be, two of them, she was right, rewarded with appointment as education commissioner at a salary of $276,000. This is about individual freedom. This is exactly what you all do all day long. And that's what we have to be doing moving forward. That's what we have to be doing in our contest with anti-whites, is we have to reward each other and give each other massive salaries the way that the anti-whites give each other massive salaries. That's what has to be done, so that you pay it back into the efforts. You pay a big chunk of it back into the efforts to put an end to anti-whitism. That's how this works. And then what do you do? While you reward our people with things like jobs with massive salaries so that they can pay it back in, you turn to the anti-whites and you say, how dare you do that? Because you be as malleable and as protean as the anti-whites are, or you don't have a chance in hell of defending yourself against them. Does that make sense? You got to get rid of these rules by which we have comported ourselves in contest with the anti-whites, because how long do you want to lose? Let's see. But fact, all of the, quote, culture war bills passed and awaiting the governor's signature place new limits on First Amendment rights. Oh, really? Back to the censorship argument. You're so censorial. You white people, you just won't let us talk. Fuck you, you fat POS. You are disgusting. You are absolutely, see, this is not what I was just saying, demonstrating what I was just saying. That you give it to them exactly as they gave it to us. You give it to them exactly as they give it to us. So we hook each other up. We've never been able to actually do that. This never happened. That's only happens in the anti-white narrative. But we need to start doing that. And then you condemn them for doing the same thing. So it's limits on there. They need to be able to destroy the lives of white babies, or you have limited their freedom of speech. You got to ask yourself, what is it then how do they define freedom of speech? They define it as destroying the lives of white people. Then it sounds to me like it should be limited with something a little bit tighter around the neck, like a collar. You ever have one of those dress shirts and it's just too tight? And whether they amplify whether they amplify book banning or prohibit teachers and business owners from making students and employees feel responsible for a story. Okay, so she's saying it right there. So she says, amplify book banning. It's what they do all day long. How many people? James Edwards just had his book banned from Amazon. What a disgusting! I tell you what. Everywhere she goes, she leaves a one of those slug or snail trails. You could follow her wherever she goes. You could easily follow her from her house to the eatery, from her house to the restaurant, from her house to the ice cream shop, from her house. Amplify book banning, prohibit teachers and business owners. So business owners, that means you're at work, you're an adult, you're a white person. She thinks that if you're white at work, if you're white in school, you need to feel responsible for historical horrors. That's what this bitch is actually writing. She's admitting it. That comes with the hubris of dominating the culture. No other way would she just say that openly like that. You want to prevent white people from feeling responsible for historical horrors? Oh boy. They redefine what constitute acceptable speech in Florida. She dribbles on pieces of cake and unmentionables falling onto the keyboard. That's quite a dangerous line to cross, she continues, getting ready to wrap up here. Censorship as freedom. How much more does this have? Okay, we're almost there. Fabiola. Got to keep checking to make sure. Thank you all for letting me know when the damn thing keeps muting me. And censorship as freedom? In what country is censorship of schools and businesses conducive to freedom? Well, there's actually an important point here underlying the entire current of this battle that they're having in Florida. And that is this, that if you move at the legislative level, which you have so many people, I turned on a guy, whose show who was live streaming the other day, and he said, and he had 14,000 people watching live, and he's saying things that get in the way of anti-whiteism, but not openly necessarily saying anything white sympathetic. I don't guess. I didn't hear anything. But this guy said in the midst of this, which by the way is very interesting that he's able to say, he said 4 things I think that would instantly get my channel deleted. He's been on YouTube for many years. 4 things that would get me instantly deleted in just the 20 minutes I heard him speaking. And he said, you know what we need to do to stop this? Do you know what we need to do? And I thought, I'm on the edge of my seat, buddy. I've been doing this for 3 decades. I kind of do what we need to do to beat this. And we've proven it. It's demonstrable. But since you have 4, you have many scores of thousands watching you while you are in replay. What do we need to do? So go ahead and tell me what we need to do. I was already in shock from him being able to say the things that I'm not allowed to say. But what do we need to do? He said, you need to have people behind you, and you have to change the context. Okay. You know what we need to do? This is what I've been hearing for 3 decades. This is the remedy that people give. You know what we need to do? We need to control the banks. You know what we need to do? We need to be in political office and pass laws like Trump, because that makes everything better. You know what we need to do? Great. Thanks for that just scintillating advice. You know what we need to do? We need to have godlike powers. We have godlike powers. They can't stop us. Okay, please stop talking. Please stop. Why the fuck do you have 14,000 people watching you live, retard? Good God. And all of these efforts to get folks into office. If only we had a billionaire who was who was outside of the ruling cabals, and he ran for president, and he got in office. He decided to be outside of the swamp and change. Oh, shit. But we could still get into office, right? Run for dog catcher. Make a change in your society. No. So the reality is you're not going to change things at any of those levels. You have to change things with a psychological defense for the psychological warfare that's waged against us. Then we change society. It's horse manure rhetoric. Is it something else you dine on, Fabiola? Perpetrated to convince some voters that they're losing rights to stave off socialism. Coming down the pipeline, it's nothing but a Miami-Dade, nationally adopted GOP talking point to justify shackling free speech and fear-mongering. There's nothing they won't do. An anti-white can be in the midst of raping you and accuse you of rape. That's what you do. These are psychotic, hateful people. It's a well-established, successful campaign tactic to get Floridians who fled totalitarianism regimes to blindly vote for the GOP ticket. Totalitarianism, that's what we're suffering from. Anti-white, totalitarianism, anti-white, authoritarianism. It doesn't make any sense if your head is not immersed daily in the alternative, distorted world of Newsmax, Fox News, America TV, and Spanish language radio in Hispanic Florida, where the GOP is making inroads, convincing gullible, well, she says this, I'm not saying, I'm going to take the gullible out. She's convincing Latinos that there's a communist apocalypse coming. I think these people can see. There are a lot of good non-white people in America, in Western countries, that need to come and join us in the fight against anti-whitism. Why? Because their world is destroyed by anti-whitism as well. This psycho wants to destroy Western civilization because white people. These anti-white psychos of all races want to destroy the rule of law, which technically, of course, we can argue that it's already gone, but you know what I'm saying. Because white people. It's all attacked because white people. It's all destroyed under the excuse, or by way of the excuse, of white people. That means that good non-white people need to join us. They need to answer the call to destroy the great evil of this age before it destroys their world as well. But the boogeyman among us is Fabiola and her wide open mouth. But she actually types here in her fevered, wet dream, the governor and the Florida legislator have shown is fascism. And there you go. Don't do this. Same thing's happening with Russia. Same thing's happening with all of these. It's endless. If the anti-whites slur something, do resist the urge, please resist the urge to take that thing up. Don't say they don't like fascism, so let me go get a fascist, because you are retarded if you do that. You do not adopt what they dislike. Okay? You're not going to change their minds. You're not going to change and they're not going to saddle you with something, burden you with something, laden you with something that is going to make you look good for the public, for the rest of the normal white folks out there, right? They're not going to call you a bunch of angels. They're not going to call you a bunch of cherubs. They're going to give you the names that the general public sees as evil people. So you are an idiot. Or should I say it this way? You're really a bright man or woman, and you have come upon some difficult times. And the difficult times have caused you to be a little myopic. And I just want to be very careful with your feelings, because since even though you're supposed to be a man or woman of the West, and I'm especially talking to men of the West now, even though you're supposed to be a man because you sort of look like a guy and you kind of dress like one, even though you're supposed to be that, I'm told endlessly by the people whom I get advice from on how to talk to you all, that I have to treat you like your little baby and I have to coddle you because I can't be a man to you, because you can't stand masculinity. You break down and you bawl your little eyes out. So you can do this. Come on, big guy. Pick yourself up, get out from behind your mommy's skirt, and stop being stupid. I care about your feelings. As if they were Vladimir Putin or Francisco Franco's minions. See what she's doing there? Don't suddenly take up Vladimir Putin GOP lawmakers, just like there was a meeting the other day, there was a conference the other day, and they were all chanting for Vladimir Putin because the anti-whites don't like him right now. GOP lawmakers carried their state leader and the party's national agenda to discredit the successful national reckoning. Oh, do you remember the other time we were over the top of the hour, and we'll be taking a break in a moment, but do you remember last year when there was that anti-white, non-white woman? She happened to be black, part of the BLM movement in Virginia. Please check with CNN and other content creators, get voices from all sides. She was part of the teachers union in Loudoun County, Virginia, if I recall accurately. And she talked the same thing about a national reckoning. And then, do you remember, she listed all of the crimes for which there needed to be a reckoning and the outcomes. This is a bloodlust. This is a bloodlust coming for you, your relatives, the people you don't care about if they're white. This is coming for you, your babies, those beautiful little white babies with a little white boy was so nervous at the beginning of the show about whether mom or dad, whether they were going to show up for the play he was going to be in, or the little song, the little elementary, whatever they were, third grade or whatever it is. And he's scanning the dark audience looking for mom and dad. And he finally sees him and his face lights up and he does a fist pump. These people want to murder those babies. Metaphorically, if not literally, but ultimately, what happens when you dehumanize a people? What befalls them in life when you dehumanize? Look at what has happened in our once great country of South Africa to our brothers and sisters there, to us there. Look at what happens when you're dehumanized. That is what they have planned for us, for all of us. When is it going to be enough? This Fabiola bitch is calling for that bloodlust for every one of us, for every one of those innocent little babies. A national reckoning. Oh, national reckoning your brown ass right out of this country. You anti-white POS. National reckoning. This white ass will make sure that your brown ass finds warmer climes so you don't have to deal with us anymore. You better hope somebody like me doesn't get into office. You better hope. Because everything you lie about, everything you say that we're up to, it'll come true, bitch. You better hope. We are sick of this shit. You come after white babies anymore. I'm going to tell you what. There haven't been any white men till now. Because I'm going to make sure that you conclude that when I'm done. You hear that, anti-whites? You're going to forget other names. You're going to forget a lot of other names. National reckoning brought about by these 8-minute, 40-second on videotapes that killed George Floyd. You know what happens? You know where non-white people don't get beat up by white police officers? Outside of the West. The hours and hours of debate on wokeism and gay rights, abortion, and an educational curriculum where partisan parents and legislators get to decide what school children will. Fuck you. You're such swine. Every one of you. Pigs. Squealing pigs. Put all that Republican white discomfort on display. Republican white discomfort. I'm gonna show you the definition of discomfort. He's so angry. What is the meme curative for that meme pathogen? Look at how angry he is. Anger is a virtue when it protects the innocent, like that beautiful white little boy which is worth no less than your non-white children. I would carry him on my shoulders everywhere I went. Veteran Senator Audrey Gibson of Jacksonville, an African-American lawmaker who has first-hand experience of open bullshit. Bullshit. We're sick of your stories. Shut your mouth. You start talking about more of these hate hoaxes. Shut your mouth. That's my response. She voiced the fear hiding behind this bill so well. It is an attempt, she said, to, quote, blot out history that we need to destroy the lives of white children with, to make sure that the white little girl that was standing beside the white little boy, that she gets a raping after raping, stemming from, quote, the fear of our young people coming together to bring down divisions. Bullshit. You are creating the division. But you know what? There is a division. Gibson. Where did she get that white last name? Why don't you change it? You hate white people so much. Go ahead and change it. No relation, of course, to the guitar maker, because I guarantee you there's nobody as talented in her family when they're this anti-white. Attempt to blot out history stemming from the fear of our young people coming together. The division now is anti-whitism, anti-whites, and those who are putting an end to it. You understand? Gibson's voice lies, in her voice lies the only hope. The next generation of Floridians isn't buying what this one is shamelessly selling. Finishes Fabioli nonsense scumbag. I'll say it again. We'll take a quick break and we're going to come right back. I'm getting pissed off. 15 minutes after the hour. Better hope. You anti-whites, better hope nobody like me comes to power. Because like I said, the only division now is anti-whitism and those, white and non-white, who are going to put a final end to its appearance, to the torture it can bring, to the victimization, to the destruction of Western civilization. Only division. And we are going to make sure that with us, our names, our honor, our history, all of this suffering comes to an end. I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around the base, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love, with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. Look at him. Look at these babies. Tell me you're not at the point where enough is enough. drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Well, we are back. We've been setting the place on fire. Can you hear me all right? Is the mic, is it the right mic? Fernal, are you hearing me? Does this sound like the right mic? Brand Danger, does it sound like the right mic? Two champions who are not going to allow these beautiful little babies to get hurt anymore. Time to come together in love. Let's take a quick look over here on Cash App. We have the great Spider coming through. Financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, good brother. And he writes, appreciate all you do. Thank you so much. $5 financial gift. All right, thank you. Refresh that. All right, thank you both very much. You swivel back around here. I decided to throw water all over everything. Will that help with the electricity issue? The anti-whites are like, God, I hope it does. I hope it finishes him off. The great Rory Herbert is here. Okay, thank you all. As you are aware, writes Rory financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, good brother. As you are aware, Carlisle Cockatoo and I are forming an advocacy group for groundhog fitness. Jared George has stated that he will write a song entitled Burrowing is Not Enough to help raise initial funds. If your contributors would like to donate, please include the hashtag burrowing is not enough. That's funny. Of course, all of this stems from the untimely killings, perhaps murders, of Staten Island Steve, and who was the New Jersey one called? What was his name? Groundhog. Right there when he was supposed to perform on Groundhog Day. Yushe is here. M. Turner, William Turner, as well. Dit Novo, very good. And great to see you all. Let's get to the going free lesson of the day, shall we? And we're going to keep rolling. We have those other, we want to address those other stories, in comments. Of course, Dr. Pierce, his son, E. Michael Jones, shallow-throating follower as well. Comments to yours truly. And that will be coming up soon. But we're going to jump right over to the Going Free lesson of the day. And very pertinent right now, because the subject here is anti-whitism in the news. Right now, the news, as I told you in the first segment, you had this guy on Fox who from one night to the next changed his position on Ukraine. It wasn't something logical. It wasn't something, it was the boss showed up and said, oh no, now you're in favor of boots on the ground. And he said, yes, massa, to the boss. He's a white guy. You know what I just realized? I should have mentioned when I was on with Hake, was in that first Congress of the United States, where they reserved or restricted citizenship to the country that we created, to free white, it was either men or persons of good character. Do you see that they had to say free because blacks weren't the only people in bondage? Anyhow, right now the news is going to be telling you anything and everything that the anti-white oligarchs need you to believe. So it's a great opportunity to educate your friends and family and strangers, aliens, groundhogs, whatever else, the food trying to run away from Fabiola. You can educate them by using the conflict in Ukraine and what they are doing in the news. Anti-Whitism in the news. Called by many names, dinosaur media, fake stream, lamestream, mainstream, establishment, state, and controlled, the news media is part of the regime, which is composed of the news and entertainment media, governments, academia, as well as the banks and all institutions influenced by these entities. Do you see how, I'm just right there to pause for a moment. Do you see how empowering it is to be able to gather up in these manageable rubrics those and that which victimizes you and us, and you as an individual, because we as a people are victimized. It empowers you because it enables you to understand your world, and in a way that you are then able to move forward and take proactive and productive steps in the remediation of those issues. When you squat down, and it's not a Western thing to do, when you squat in the documenting all of the things that are going bad, or dissecting all the things that are going bad, and then you digest all the things that are going bad, when you squat down and do it, not a Western thing to do, you're just wasting your time. You're just increasingly confused. You're just muddied and mumbled. So this is empowering. It is crafted this way so that you can take action. Imagine being a soldier now with the looming possibilities of war for the United States. I mean, technically already in a world war by certain definitions, but not literally until CNN says so. But imagine being a soldier, and instead of being taught how to clean and work with your rifle, you squat, and then taught how to army crawl across the battlefield, and then you would just squat down in understanding the history of firearms, who's behind firearms, and etc. How much good is that going to? Are you ever going to get to the battlefield? Are you ever going to get to work? Regime created and approved news is processed through anti-white lenses to ensure that it conforms to the anti-white narrative. Now, this is page 51, second edition, iteration 2. You need to get to this information. You need to read this. You need to write on the page. You need to put it into your own words so that you can articulate it in your conversations, and by so doing, change the world. I know there are a lot of Republican-type content creators and Christian-type content creators who will tell their listeners that they are changing the world by merely listening to the content creator and giving them money. But you're not doing anything. You have to actively get out there and do the work. That's why only the best show up and stay here. Because could you imagine somebody who just wants to be entertained showing up and they're like, what? You want me to do? No, I just want to sit here and think about it. The regime casts the characters and writes the news scripts. So you need to understand this for yourself to understand the news and what's going on in your world. These are scripts. Regime news media fabricate news. Like fiction writers, regime media employees use events and facts of events to write scripts. The degree to which these fictions approach reality depends on the relationship between the event or fact and the anti-white narrative. Events and facts of events that disconfirm or can be made to appear to disconfirm the anti-white narrative are more likely to be fictionalized. Does that make sense? If a fact is likely to disconfirm the anti-white narrative, then they are more likely to fictionalize it or completely ignore it, bury it even, so that you don't find it. Then ban it on social media platforms. And then, like Facebook, permit At least this is what everybody is saying. So I'm not saying it. So you can't give, you can't come after me. But everybody's saying now that Facebook have changed their terms of service to permit calls for death of Russians, various Russians in government, military, the battlefield. I don't know that they will permit you saying that you could kill the Russian down the street, but check it out with Facebook. The objective of the regime media employees is to prove the anti-white narrative with unethical anti-white interpretations, omissions, fabrications, and deliberate misrepresentations of actual events. This soap opera is formulaic. Right? They do it again and again and again and again. You don't need to keep researching all the bad things they say, all the double standards, all the hypocrisy. You don't need to keep researching. You don't need to keep researching who's behind it all. You don't need to keep researching who's sitting in front of the camera. You don't need to do that. You know it. We got it. Good. Let's move forward. You'll mention the double standards or hypocrisy in your endeavor to bring the 5 key concepts of going free to our brothers and sisters, to potentially bring over good people to the practice of going free. You'll mention these things. You don't dig into it anymore. There's no more need. You're wasting your time. And we don't have time. All right? There's a ring of fire around us, and it's closing fast. Events or facts of events that do not conform to the anti-white narrative are ignored, suppressed, or inverted. Disconfirming events or facts are inverted to conform to the anti-white narrative. How many times have you seen a story and in the establishment media, and they've inverted the actual racers, or they inverted the actual conversation? And then you think, I caught them, I've done something. You haven't done shit. You haven't done anything. That ring of fire is still closing. Events or facts of events that can be made to appear supportive of the anti-white narrative are magnified, written into news scripts, and disseminated to the public. Anti-whites in the regime media will always falsify events and facts of events to prove the anti-white narrative. And then we have here an example of how an actual event can take place, and then how the anti-whites will come in and reinterpret and invert and then deliver their news story. And remember, you're not winning. You're not doing anything for our people, for our posterity, for our babies. You're not doing anything for them. You're not being a hero of the West. If you just listen to some content creator, organization, and leader, point out the hypocrisies and double standards, point out how they are lying in the media, and how much, and then dissect the names of the people behind it, you're not doing anything. You're wasting your time. You just get the facts on the ground, and then you take it out into the world with the lexicon and dialectics. Take it to people, you mention it, and then you go into, and while mentioning it, you go into the 5 key concepts, etc. Otherwise, it's just, like I said, it's just a giant waste of time. How many times have you gone to friends, family members, strangers, co-workers, and then shared with them where you caught the anti-white news media? How many times? Think about if you had actually been sharing that piece of news with the 5 key concepts. Think of how much good you would have done up to this point. You did no good with the previous approach. All right, not going to read that. We're going to keep rolling so we don't get too long in the tooth tonight. But we're going to go over, we are a nation, country of immigrants. Meme pathogen. How many of you have heard that meme pathogen? How many of you have been defeated by that MP? How many of you have been defeated by the MP? We're a nation of immigrants. We're a country of immigrants. I mean, it's even spread to countries that, for as far back as all of recorded history, are totally white. What do you think is the best response for that? We have an MC in here that's very powerful because it goes to the very core of the conversation. And you change the conversation. You change it with premises, unspoken premises, that your audience, one or more, anti-white or villainy signaling or white sympathetic, they adopt almost unconsciously. As soon as you get into that conversation, you change the conversation to our field, refielding it so that we win in our story. The MP, we are a nation of immigrants. The MC that we suggest is whites can't be immigrants to Western civilization because the West only exists in us. It only exists because we exist. We can't be an immigrant to it. It's impossible. Just as non-white people, a particular non-white person can't be an immigrant to a country that their people have created. Now, you get into the paperwork, if you will, of whatever principality, country, city, state, whatever it might be, of the moment. Then you have definitions applied to newcomers and things like that. But fundamentally, you can't be an immigrant to Western civilization if you're white. It's in you. It's everywhere you go. You create it anywhere you travel. And by using that argument, when you are in conversation with, as I say, anti-whites, white people who are just villainy signaling, whatever it might be, when you use that with in those conversations, you inject the reality, a new conversation that you can very easily continue to win the field with. That instinct, biospirit creates our reality, our culture, our projection. Much more fundamental subject matter, which is ultimately what they are smothering with the MP, that we're a nation of immigrants. What they're saying is the country, Western civilization, the specific country, but more directly or more correctly, Western civilization is a product of all races and all people. Everybody builds Western civilization. And if you do not speak to that, you never win. You never win. Some commentary. In other words, there is no Western country without Western kind. The United States and every other Western country exists because we exist. These countries would not exist without us, no matter how many immigrants cross the border. You know, I've seen others say things like, no, they were pioneers, the white people. And then you have to be able to really make that argument. You have to be able to say that you have specific relatives that come down from the people who started, that descend from the people who started the country. Otherwise, you can't make that argument. And even if you can make that argument, because you have relatives and you can trace it, they then will point, anti-white will very easily then parry that by pointing out all of the waves of immigrants that it wasn't just that initial group that landed. So use this approach and succeed, and then let us know. All day long, they're telling us now in the news about the menacious Russians. The menacious Russians are after coming. Use this opportunity to talk about anti-whiteism in the news and entertainment media. Use this opportunity to talk about how, just like we did with certain diseases, where the more anti-white an area was, and we said here again and again that this is about serving anti-white agenda. They, not that they created it, but that they would use it, and that and evidence of it would be that the most anti-white areas would see the biggest strictures on freedom of speech, freedom of movement, right to gather, etc. And that is exactly what happened. Where are the Elon Musk? I guess there's only one of him. But where are the wealthy white people who want to put an end to this ring of fire closing in around our necks? They need to show up and begin. I mean, how much more evidence do you have to have of success? Those folks need to show up, or we're not going to be able to save the day. That's the reality. Let me see what you all are saying. Looks like we have over here Jason. Great name on this guy. Financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. Great name. Thank your parents. They did a good job. All right. Swivel back around this way. Lockie is and William with us. Save Western civilization now. Artist Life is with us. Hello, hello. I'll see what. There's Jeff. There's Jerome. Great to see. Coconut is with us. Hello, dear lady. Let me scroll. Fire. People putting fire in the chat. Master Fountain says King. Biospirit of the West says no more blood libel against Western kind. Amen. Simon says Jason speaks with passion. Enough that apparently I have an electrical charge. We'll try to figure it out. Vigil says righteous fury. West Middlebrook, Jason speaks the truth and the facts, period. Touche says this Virginian's on fire. I like that one. Amen to that. It's in my veins. You know, before the anti-whites destroyed Western civilization and the process, this is a carcass that they are like maggots eating the rest of. Before they did what they did, Virginia was considered, you all need to look back and do some reading. Virginia was considered a magical place around the world. Westerners heard of Virginia, and they heard of so many founding fathers from Virginia, so many presidents, so many poets, so many wonderful people that they really looked at Virginia as a magical land. And there's still magic here. And I play that poem from time. Maybe I'll have to play that poem I read, Virginians of the Valley. I'll have to play that while we're here today. The magic is still here. It's cloaked by the belching black smoke out of Mordor on the Potomac. But it's still here. There is a bright white light that continues to shine. And we continue to work hard. We work together. And we'll see that light dispel all of those black clouds. Let me see what you all are saying. Righteous indignation, says Bell Curve. No guilt, only pride is with us. Hello to you. Promethean Epoch says, Köhne and George 2024. All right. Just remember, tag me, folks, if you have something specific for me. Oh, Lockie just said a car drove into a Belgian carnival crowd, killing 6. Happened today. Was it an anti-white? Are they concealing the race of the driver? Because if they are, then, or are they busily hiding his Facebook and other social media? Alex is here. Great to see you. All right. I think we got just about everybody over here. Howard is with us. Hello to you. And if you know a show out there and you're a regular listener, you're a regular watcher, you comment, the host knows you, or the person who works with the host, reach out to them. Ask him to have me on. Sonia's here. Great to see you. We'll have to go, further afield because we have a lot of jealousy in the white sympathetic sphere. And besides, we're talking to a lot of the, same folks anyhow. Alex says, righteous anger and passion tonight, possibly your most powerful stream ever tonight. Really? Wow. Well, I'm feeling it. That's for sure. Kingdom of Vinland. I mean, how could you not see that little boy and that little girl up on that stage and see him just light up and then read? It's such a vile, dark soul as that Fabiola, anti-white through and through. Has nothing to do with her race, has nothing to do with her genetics, has nothing to do with her religion, has everything to do with being infected, metaphorically, with the evil of anti-whitism. And what kind of a sick, blood dripping from the lips vampire, come back from the dead, wants to do this to a race of people? It's disgusting. And then to see that the crosshairs that this vile leathern-winged feet as hooves, hairy-legged, and they're probably actually hairy, monster, creating crosshairs and then putting them on the heads of those little white babies. Man, if that doesn't get you out of your seat and frothing and ready to do what works, not march around your house using racial epithets or buying up MREs or shouting a bunch of cuss words about how we have to do X, Y, and Z for a couple hours and just feeling your blood pressure get, but righteously out of your seat and engaged in what works, the practice of going free. If you don't immediately sit down and start planning, what am I going to do to stop these demons from hell? What am I going to do? Something's wrong. You're broke. You're not monetarily, spiritually, you're broke. You got to get to work on that to fix yourself so that you can be a healthy human being, a man or woman of the West. So thank you. Sonia says, thank you for combating these anti-white ideas. I hope to put anti-whitism to shame, especially with the push of this in our children's media. Yeah. Casual cruising said, check entropy. All right, I'll do that, brother. Eagleheart says, Ethan Ralph of the Kill Stream said he would like to have no white guilt on. Well, I'll consider it. I'll definitely consider it. I think somebody had emailed me with something about Ethan Ralph in the headline. I haven't had an opportunity to get to it yet. Mike Jones says, Jason is ripped. You haven't seen half of it. You haven't seen the half of it, my friend. You just wait. Just wait. Let me get fired up. And then I get ready to be in for, and we all need to be, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically. That doesn't mean you need to be, all built like the golden one in his golden years, given a new definition to that. But it does mean we got to be as healthy as we can be. We were talking about that last night on tap, and check it out once we're done here today. DHMC said, I made myself a hand-routed no white guilt sign to hang up so family, clients, etc. can see. Oh, that's awesome. It's been a great conversation starter to get the message out. More trouble with my family, though. Hey, man, you're going to have these turbulence, right? I mean, you don't hit sound speed and go beyond it into supersonic and hypersonic without the turbulence. And that's where we need to go. You need to get to those family members. They're gonna want to stick in that comfortable hiding hole that they've dug for themselves, and just their ass sticking up in the air so that anti-whites can abuse them and defile them whenever they want. You're going to have that, but you keep your chest up, head high, and you make it happen with love, hope, and redemption. Thank you for that. Thank you for your service to White Wellbeing. That's fantastic. Mike Jones says, Jason, you're a soldier. We all are, brother, and thank you for that. We absolutely are. We get to decide what that looks like in our story. And we have Iraq Syndrome is with us. Hello, brother. Great to see you. What else is happening? Let's move. We will refresh here and we'll swivel around and we will see. All right. We got a couple more financial gifts over here. Thank you all so very, very much. Yiz the Unifier is with us, ladies and gentlemen. A wonderful woman of the West. She's absolutely like so many of our others, just doing such a glorious job that these people will have statues. These people will be in the legends of our race. I mean, how would you like to? Okay, you could be, let's see, you could be just a follower of some Republican. You could cast a vote. You could be a follower of some preacher. You could plant your ass in a pew somewhere where it's not called pew for an accident. Because things are rotting there. So they become pew. So you could do that. You could squat in all of the lame talk about the double standards and the hypocrisy and all of these other old tools that the folks in the white sympathetic sphere have used for decade upon decade. You got the sarcasm and the irony, the hypocrisy, the double standards, looking at the data, the revisionist history, the perpetrator lineups, the shows of force, which we call shows of farce. You could do that, waste your life. You could be a clerk at your job, or you could be a welder, you could be a lawyer, you could be a brain surgeon, and that's all you do with your life. Or you could be a legend in the story of our people. I know where I'm putting my ass and my efforts. Yiz the Unifier does as well. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much, sister. Weekly folk tithe for White Wellbeing, like usual. Also went and made a nice little video of the island park where my meetup is. I'll put it up on my channel in the morning so y'all can see it. That's fantastic. Really looking forward to that. I will be there. Are you going to be there? You're going to have to reach out to Yiz to see if you can participate. And if she's still here, she'll supply that information to you, how to reach out to her. Thank you so much. It's going to be very exciting. Really looking forward to it. And there's Carla. She'll be there. So it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. Casual Cruising, financially gifting, $3. Sorry about the low donation. Please don't ever apologize for that, man. Every dollar, every cent counts. Appreciate it. Times are tough. I just wanted to say that your passionate speeches and compassionate speeches are contagious, as always. Makes me go out on hour-long stickering walks. Great show tonight. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Now, that is the way to serve White Wellbeing. Get fired up, and then you go make things happen for our people. You never know. Those stickers that Casual Cruising puts up in places that are all lawful, you never know who's going to end up seeing those. You never know what lives are going to be changed. And ultimately, as it is our people who are attacked, we are attacked individually. So the only way to make ourselves individually healthy is to make our people healthy. Thank you so much for that and giving me the opportunity to address that as well. What else do we have before we move on? We got to get to those comments. Let's do this. We'll take a very short break, a very important message from another great champion going to be in the legends of our people, Final Blossom. Check this out. We'll be right back, and we're going to get into Dr. Pierce and E. Michael Jones follower, right after that.
Would you like to network with white positive people in your area to rid your community of Antiwhitism, to help ensure the well-being of Western kind? If so, please consider joining or creating a Go Free club. Go Free or Going Free clubs are dedicated to teaching the practice of going free of the anti-white meme pathogens preventing Western kind from protecting themselves from Antiwhitism. By forming clubs, white positive members of a community can help each other to overcome the anti-white propaganda they have been infected with by utilizing the teachings of Jason Köhne's book, Go Free. Go Free clubs have been forming throughout Western civilization since October 2021. If you are interested in joining a club, simply reach out to the founder by email, and they will begin the vetting process to ensure you are white positive and willing to positively contribute to the club. You do not need to provide any identifying information to begin the vetting process, but you will need to meet with a club representative in person before joining an in-person meeting. In addition to joining an existing club, please consider forming your own if you live in an area currently lacking a club. Current clubs may be dedicated to entire countries or states, but as membership grows, clubs can begin to form at the city and town level. Mr. V, the founder of the first Go Free Club, is serving as the leader of the other Go Free Club founders. He will walk you through the process of forming your own club. Please reach out to him at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. Please help us to ensure the well-being of Western kind and Western civilization. Thank you.
Man, having a good time tonight. How about you all? Let's take a look at the live. Virginia is for lovers, writes Jack McDaniels. That is the slogan for the state. It is indeed. And I love Western kind, so it works. Sonia says, our college is pushing anti-whiteism in video games and entertainment. No doubt that they are going to taint everything with it. Yeah. Every single last thing. And you see them using the exact same tools and the exact same approach on Russia. It's the exact same banning. It's the exact same. We're going to prevent you from using the banks. We'll prevent you from speaking. We'll sully you in the eyes of every single citizen. It's total control of every aspect and the manipulation of every aspect of a society against the well-being of the target. That is how the anti-whites operate. And demonstrating yet again that the people who are in charge, if you have the eyes to see, the oligarchs are anti-white. That's why we call them anti-white oligarchs. It doesn't mean, though, don't make the mistake of jumping on the side of Russia. And, you know, since the ear is against the door, Putin is evil. Vladimir Putin is evil. I really don't know. Don't give a crap about Vladimir Putin. All I know, when it comes right down to it, is that this guy has had decades to say something about the persecution of Western kind in the United States and UK and Germany and Italy. He's all along. He could have been saying something like, look at what you're doing to your founding stock populations. You all have no moral high ground to be on. It could have been just hitting the anti-white oligarchs over the head with it constantly. And that would have been of value to him in two ways. It would have benefited him relative to his own population because it would be another example of his concern for the victimized. And it would undermine the manipulation of the white population throughout all of the named countries that he went about naming as being immoral to their founding stock populations. Anyhow, that's what I know about Putin. Let's see, who do we have here? Dumbbass World over there on Odyssey. Hello. Popcorn Power is over there. Great to see you. I don't think I missed anybody over there. Let's see. Bastard son of Johnny Cash says, Jason normally calms down after reading the news. That's true. I do. But inside, I'm not calm. Make no mistake about that. Inside, it doesn't go away. All right. Let's see what we have here. Some quick announcements. Join the outreach team. Join the outreach team. Naterific. He posted White Wellbeing outreach team at protonmail.com. Now, these are genuine heroes. This is not the general chat. The link for the general White Wellbeing chat is in the description below. Please reach out if you would like to participate on Telegram. Please do participate. It's not a place for what you're used to, which is you shuffled your whole life from one white sympathetic group to another, whether it was implicit or explicit. And then you carried with you all your baggage. You had like this big train of shit. And you're like, let me try to get all of you to believe this one thing here and this other thing here. And this is and really what matters is what happened in Austria in the 60s. No, none of that matters. None of that matters. Show up with an attitude to learn, because the people in there are not going to adopt your ideas about what's wrong with the world, what's going on with the world. They're not going to adopt the position of being the villain in the anti-white narrative. They're going to be using the lexicon and dialectics in their conversations. Become a part of that. You need to participate if you're going to get any better. You got to work out. You've got to practice with the team. You've got to head out to the range. You've got to do these things regularly if you're going to get good at it, if you're going to improve yourself. You can jump down into the general White Wellbeing chat. The link is in the description below. Send them a message on Telegram to participate. And for those of you who are already been going free for a while and you're becoming proficient and you want to give even just a modicum of your time every week to something proactive and productive for White Wellbeing, you can reach out to Naturific White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. Tell them you'd like to participate. And you're going to participate. This is not just a place for BSing. You are going to get involved in activities, and you determine how much you can give. And what I say to everybody is give a lot when you have a lot of time and a lot of energy to do so, but never get rid of your investment of your time and efforts. You can throttle it back all the way back to near zero when you are getting your chemotherapy, but then throttle it back up just as soon as you come out of that cancer and you're ready to take on the world again. You get to determine. There'll be no pressure about how much you're involved in the different campaigns. But this is why we have politicians. This is why we have huge personalities on the internet using the lexicon, is in large part because of outreach teams. It's also because of individuals who are very active, doing their own thing. They don't even want to be a part of a team. I get that. But they're out there, they're using the 5 key concepts in their conversations with huge content creators. And then just by talking, just not trying to say, hey, get involved in white well-being practice. No, just by saying, this is anti-white narrative is disgusting. We got to put an end to it. And then they end up using it. And that's how we change the world. Get involved today. I want to share, Raymond Foster made an absolutely beautiful meme that we'll have to get up on the website, nowhiteguilt.org. Check that out. Innocent. White guilt is child abuse. Nowhiteguilt.org. That is wonderful, isn't it? That is magnificent. So you could screen capture that if you'd like. Take it everywhere, print it out as stickers or whatever it might be, and we'll get it up on the website so that you can download it from there as well. And we have quite a few things on the website that you can download like this to use. Big thank you to Raymond Foster for creating it. Big thank you. Let's get a big round of applause. Raymond Foster, Final Blossom, for that video about the Going Free Clubs. Get involved in Going Free Clubs. In just a minute, we're going to be talking about Dr. Pierce. I'd like to hear your views, folks. Let me know what you think about Dr. Pierce, Don Black, the children of these people, David Duke, the children of these people, and George Lincoln Rockwell, the children of these people, and what they've ended up doing and being and achieving or not achieving as a consequence of the strategies of these folks. So big round of applause for Groundhog Fury, the video that we watched a moment ago with the gears turning. That was great. That's Groundhog Fury. We have so many wonderful people to celebrate. Final Blossoms video, we'll be sharing that kind of regularly. We want people to get involved in the Going Free clubs, and he described those there. If you just logged into this stream, you'll have to just scroll back a bit to find it, and he does a better job than I will be able to in just the moments we have here of telling you what those are, where they are, and how to get involved. So thank you for that. We have, I'll mention again, the picnic coming up on the 2nd, and it is going to be wonderful. Down there, Southwest Virginia, Northeast Tennessee, beautiful country down there, beautiful, wonderful people. We're going to have a great time. Really looking forward to the picnic. And it'll be the I guess kind of the first big get together of white positive folks, all white positive folks. So there'll be no chanting for Putin, or there'll be no weird, there'll be goose stepping at the park. It'll be done by the geese. So, very exciting. Big thank you to Yiz the Unifier for putting that together. What a wonderful lady she is. All right. Let's talk about this Pierce issue first. Hypnotic Tango writes here, and I've had a couple of people reach out now, a few reach out now over the course of the past couple of weeks. So I don't know exactly what happened, and I haven't read through this in its entirety, but just the first line. So I wanted to address it. People have reached out to me. And so did he do something specifically? I mean, something has happened. So fill me in. Hypnotic Tango writes here, did you hear that Dr. William Luther Pierce's son went anti-white? It's a sad thing indeed. I used to admire Dr. Pierce, writes Hypnotic Tango, for being intelligent. His words felt like magic to me. I thought that listening to him would make my life better. I felt excited to discover new knowledge. Now I understand that those words were magic indeed, but not the kind I had thought. They were an evil spell. I'm not saying that Dr. Pierce was evil. He was under the same spell. With Going Free, I understand the world and see it for what it is. This understanding enables me to navigate the world and avoid these mistakes. I was living in a fantasy land before Going Free. I was insane. It was reason, logic, and evidence that made me go free. The old methods require a cult mentality where you're not allowed to question what they think is holy. Reason leads to virtue, which leads to happiness. Beautifully written, Hypnotic Tango. Absolutely. And you're absolutely 100% on point. Thank you very much. That's a wonderful testimonial and speaks absolutely lucidly to what we do and the difference with Going Free vis-a-vis the other approaches and vehicles. Now, I know that Pierce is this icon in the white sympathetic movement, and he gave a lot of his time, a lot of his life. And my position toward Pierce is the same that I hold with everyone else. And that is that where his words and where his actions served white well-being in a way that comported with my morality. So in other words, with love, hope, and redemption for our people, not hating on other groups of people, not blaming every other group of people, all of this sort of thing. Focus on us rather than on other groups of people. I endorse those actions and those statements. Does that make sense? Where he was engaged in activities that did not comport, were incongruous with my nature, my morality, I don't support those actions, those statements. One of the places that Pierce put a great deal of effort, or I should say, not one of the places, but make it simpler. His focus was in the wrong place. I attempted to communicate that to him by way of email, which he made available. I mean, it wasn't like some sort of inner ringer, and I'm not claiming anything like that. But I attempted to communicate to him that I thought the focus was in the wrong place, even though I was like all of you. I mean, I had this respect and therefore a willingness to really heed and examine what I was being asked to absorb, endorse, promulgate, believe in. So I yielded that respect, but I didn't stop thinking. And I know it's true. Hypnotic Tango points out in a lot of these vehicles, a lot of these places, one of the reasons why they throw around the cult, the term cult at so many others is because they're projecting. They know they're a cult. They know they have a very specific lingo that you have to use with them, a World War II lingo, specifically the ones I'm thinking about now. and you have to idolize certain things and hate certain things and dress a certain way and all of this. And then if you don't do that, they destroy your reputation. They hound you. They follow you. They dox you. They do. That's the behavior of a cult. That's the absolute. So that's why they go around saying, if you don't want to be with us, then you're in a cult. They're projecting. So it comes with a bit of, and I've never been afraid of this, as you all know. If you've been around me, following the work that we do here for any length of time, you know that I have not been afraid to criticize, the icons, what otherwise you're not allowed to criticize in the white sympathetic sphere, because I want what's best for our people. I don't care what people feel about this or that. If they are not mature enough to be able to look at reason, logic, and evidence and have a conversation about what went right, what went wrong. I mean, if Pierce was perfect, then would we be where we are today? You're going to blame it on everybody else. He was perfect, but we didn't get. No, the bottom line is, do we get there? Do we get to a place where we control more of our destiny? We are able to put an end to anti-whitism, the torture of our children? No, we didn't. So that's not to say that he was. I mean, he was definitely working with a headwind. He had a lot of that same sort of the pull of these cult members to, you've got to say that this guy was all great and that this group of people is all evil, and you got to wear a flag and you got to dress. And you saw that same out of George Lincoln Rockwell, and Pierce actually left Rockwell because of that. And that was the rift there. There were some other things, but that was the main thing. And but continued with an approach, a vehicle, a focus, and an imitation, a embracing of the caricature of the villain in the anti-white narrative that always ends bad. And it ended badly. And it ended so bad that his son, and I if maybe you all, I'll take a look at the chat to see what happened, if some specific thing happened. But his son, like so many of the others, the children of these people, end up becoming anti-white to various degrees. So if they were, and I've explained many times how this process happens, why the children end up hating the parents. Because you're not going to be, ultimately it comes down to this. You raise your children while playing the villain in somebody else's story, and they see you as the villain eventually. When they're young and you're totally under their control, the parent is totally controlling the child, they submit for the most part. But once they become adults, they see you as the villain, and they see their lives as less than, as undermined as a consequence of the relation to the villain in the story. Now, it's no guarantee that you're not going to have a child who, if you're white positive, is going to end up jumping ship and being a traitor to love. That can certainly happen. But it's far less likely. If your child sees you as a person who is focused on the well-being of our people, on preventing the victimization of our people, all of us, but certainly our most vulnerable members. If your child sees that, lives that, breathes that, and becomes an adult in that, the odds that they will jump ship, or the only way that would happen is if something was internally wrong with them. Their character was rotten. And it's either genetic or you drop the ball everywhere else. They would see you the way that you are in reality, not by the character that you've adopted inside of somebody else's story. So we see this with Pierce, George Lincoln Rockwell. Don Black's son stole hundreds of thousands of dollars of donation, the vast majority of it from one person, before he went anti-white. He knew he was going anti-white. He took all that money and went anti-white. Yes, I'll do this. Yes, I will, he said, lied. in the past, I wouldn't reveal that, but now I don't give a I mean, people gotta know our world is absolutely crumbling. And if people don't start acting on reality and in our own story with a vehicle that's demonstrating success, we're going to have more and more of this. So yeah, he was another one. And the others, sometimes they have, like, they'll have one child or two children that will be kind of mute on the matter. They'll be white sympathetic, but not nearly like their parent was. But then the rest of the children are rabidly anti-white. I've just seen it again and again and again with people who are big content creators. But I've seen it more often because there are more people who are followers of these content creators, organization leaders. Because all of these followers, they adopt the strategy, they adopt the mindset. They're talking about the hatred of other groups. They're talking about the crime stats of this group. They're talking about this other group, all the names behind the activities that they're doing all day long. And you know they're not saying that this is a very interesting people that are organized and they have these, you know, they're not saying that. They're saying that these people are evil as sin. I hate every one of them. You know that's what they're saying. And then what happens? Their wives leave them. Their wives cheat on them. Their children hate. Usually the daughter or one of the daughters first, and she's gone. And then the sons as well. Then they go. They fleece the community for money, and then they leave because they got nothing else going on. The little loser just went out and spent it all on strippers. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? This hundreds of thousands of dollars. How much? Does anybody know exactly what the sum was? It was over $100,000. You know the good we could do? You know the good, if somebody gave me $100,000 for White Wellbeing, the good that we would do instantly, that would begin happening. The good that could start happening instantly, especially if this was just not, you know, especially if we had, you know, people who were going to be like, okay, well, here's $100,000, and this might be like a yearly thing or something like that, or 50,000, whatever it might be. Big money enables you to pay employees. It enables you to pay yourself. It enables you. This little fucker went to strip clubs because nobody else wanted his ass. Burnt it all up on a whore as well. I mean, is that where you want to put your money? So Hypnotic Tango is right. If you want a chance at having a happy life, at least as happy as you can have it in the anti-white world, whatever your family scenario is, it's got to be based in love, man. It's got to be based in love. It's got to be focused on us. You can defend yourself. You don't stop defending yourself from one aggressor because you're focused in love on us, and then only defend yourself against the others. I've been saying this for a long time. How many people got this? So all these folks that have been over the years who followed these men and some women. Anybody remember? I'm not even going to name them. A couple of music groups. Oh God. Mother's just loony. All these people follow these folks, admire them, imitate them as a consequence, and then their children hate them and run off as anti-whites. It happens again and again. How much more evidence do you need? Don't hate the guy speaking the truth, right? You don't like those outcomes? You got to live with it because that is part and parcel of that environment. You want those? You're okay with those outcomes, or you want those outcomes, or you don't want them. It's just part and parcel of that kind of environment. Deal with it. Don't hate me for saying it. Let's see what we have going on with. Maybe you all have some info for me. Austin 316 said, that said, he says he likes Don Black. He said he heard his son is friends with puppies. What? All kind of anti-whites of various types, especially the ones that take their clothes off for dollars. It's just hundreds of thousands of dollars gone. I mean, can you imagine if we had, instead of Rockwell being a Nazi, what if instead of doing that stuff, he had decided to focus on our people in love, not being a villain in the anti-white narrative? There would be this grown from that, and the others who then spawned from that. There would be an environment where you would have folks who have hundreds of thousands of dollars to give away, investing it in white positive people and activities instead of white negative people and activities. That's what you're going to get from Derek Black. You were going to get more white negativity, more talk about hatred of this group, more hatred of that group. All right, let's see what else we have here. Bass guitarist is with us. Says Jason is a good role model. I appreciate that, brother. I really do. And I'm conscious as well, certainly being in a position of trying to find the best path, find the path that will work for our people, and to help folks to get to that path. Very cognizant of the reality that people will look to me and say, well, what's that supposed to look like? So fortunately, I get to continue just living the character and the life and the behavior that I've lived my whole life. Thank God. All right, let's jump to the top and see what you all are saying here. We will refresh, and maybe you all have some info for me about what went on with Pierce. And you have any questions? You have any comments of your own? You think, no, it should be that way. Your children should hate you. Go ahead and mention it, and we can have a conversation. Western Man, Great Reptile is with us. Hello, brother, and great to see you. He says, check your Instagram. I'm working on some white positivity as we speak. Fantastic. I love it. I love it. He's a great champion there, Reptile, ladies and gentlemen. Very smart. Western Man says, Crucible arrived at my friend's house. I haven't got a chance to go over there yet. I told him he can read it too. Yeah, man, that's great. I'm glad it arrived. Thank you for telling me that. Ghost Rider is here with us. Ultra testosterone. That's what it said on the report of my last blood test. Streaky Bacon, I seen you at the PA Live 2 years ago, front row seat. Oh, that's awesome, man. Thanks. Did you come up and say hello? That's wonderful. What did you think when I had all the women stand up and sit down just to demonstrate my power? Everybody thought it was for like, oh, we're just happy for girls. Yay, girls. No, I was like, no, that's just to show the power. Ursa Major says, Jason, that is correct. It never goes away inside. Thank you for that. Great to see you here. Davey is with us. And remember to tag me if there's something you want me to see. TJ is with us. Hello. Moving right along. Trying to catch if any of you say, like, write my name without tagging me. But as you know, there's a conspiracy of monitor makers and printer makers to confuse the words on the screen and page for me. Okay, we have some people talking about Pierce. Alex says, did Pierce ever talk, or did he even talk about the victimization of our people? All right, we got Mr. V on a call tonight. And when it comes to, when I talk about endorsing actions and behavior that comport with my morality and serve white well-being, when you are critical, like when I'm critical of things that don't comport with my morality, and also those things that are failures, things that are just demonstrably don't work, that doesn't mean I throw the baby out with the bathwater, if you will. You use the successes and failures of others to course correct. You don't turn them. You don't take somebody who became very well known and even gave the totality of their adult years or part of their adult life in white sympathy. You don't turn those people into gods and then make their words the commandments and their approaches the commandments that everybody has to abide by, or you cultishly ostracize them and attack them and destroy their characters. Make no mistake, me being critical of any of these people, of anything that they did, will earn me quite a few attacks as a consequence. Instead, you take successes and failures and you use those to navigate and course correct so that we can get to the objective we want to reach. Iraq Syndrome says, I'll give us more than 100,000 someday soon, brother. Wow. Well, I hope you are doing that well. I wish we all were in a position to give away $100,000 and still have our nice stable, our house, our work environment, our family environment still nice and controlled, so that we can continue to live fruitful lives, happy lives, and donate our time, energy, talent, money to White Wellbeing. That would be magnificent. Thank you so much, though. That's a great promise from the great Iraq Syndrome. Peter is here, agreeing with something. Does anybody know the actual sum? It was over 100,000. Franklin says, did you ever get any of the 5 key concepts to Pierce? If so, how did he respond? I know this was well before Go Free was what it is today. Yes, in so many words. You could see the outcome was that he had a course. That's what he was sticking with. And that's all. I didn't have the opportunity like with Jared Taylor, where Jared could say to me, no, won't use that verbiage because the anti-whites at universities don't think it's legitimate. So being calcified is one of the easiest ways to get in a rut and never improve. One of the things, sports, I think, helped me, or at least I took lessons from sports, which is not to say that these lessons aren't taught elsewhere. There are plenty of people who can play sports and take no lessons from it. So I probably would have gotten the lesson some other way. But an example is in baseball, it's very easy to get out of sync batting, at bat when you get up to hit the ball. And so you have to have other people look at your swing, at your stance, at the rotation, everything pretty regularly, and then give you input. Am I still doing things the exact way that is successful? And so you have to be able to hear the feedback and then either, in a I guess a dispassionate way, not get your own, ego wrapped into it, examine it, and then either adopt it or reject it. Maybe you're right, maybe you're not right. God would know. But the bottom line is examine it without your ego involved, and then it makes sense, take it on board and incorporate it. That has clearly been demonstrated is absent elsewhere. Is the people they have like, this is the direction I'm going to go, and that not moving from it. What do we do? What do we do here? We have so many folks contributing the smart things they come up with, and we examine, like I said, a deity would know whether I've been right or where I've been right and wrong, but I examine And sometimes I think, nah, it's not right. It might be right, and I just don't see it. And then don't take it on board. Other times I look and I see, wow, that is, and I take it right on board, and then we implement it, and we put it out into the field, see if it works. You have to be of that mind. We want to recapture our destiny. We don't want to look a certain way and recapture our destiny. I guess that's a way to say it. All right. Austin says here, Jason, right on top with Jared Taylor, one of the best. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. We're letting that, and we're going to keep rolling if there's nothing else about Pierce. We have some more financial gifts over here on Entropy. Blank over there on Cash App. And let me check Odyssey. All right. I don't see anything on Odyssey. Hello to everybody there. And then we'll keep rolling. We'll get on to this E. Michael Jones follower, acolyte, shallow throater in just a moment. And your comments and calls. It is 7:38 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, right outside of Mordor on the Potomac. And we have casual cruising. Again, financially gifting $3 more. Thank you so much, brother. If you're on hard times, man, just thank you. I really appreciate the financial gifts, but if you're on hard times, just put it in the question widget, and from you, I'll read it. Thank you. Thank you very much for everything you've done. He writes, I'm fairly sure Putin has spoken out against the West being hostile to its native peoples. I haven't seen that, but if you find it or you want to send it to me, and specifically naming us, I'll take a look at it. But I mean, ultimately, it's something that he could have been doing for more than 20 years, right? He could have for more than 20 years been speaking out, hammering the anti-white oligarchs over their heads with what they're doing to the founding stock populations. Casual Cruising goes on to say, I'd say it's more of a cynical attack, but it helps regardless. Not a fan of chauvinism, however. Okay, so it was sort of a cynical thing you're saying he was saying. Okay. Yeah, and there's no reason for him to, in his position with his power, his wealth, there's no reason why he has to. Don't nobody come to me and say, oh, well, he's talking about white people when he talks about Christianity, wink, wink. Or no, he doesn't have to do that. He can see what's going on. He's got all the info. Thank you, Casual Cruising. Iraq Syndrome, folks, get out your raucous emojis. Get them out. Celebrating Iraq Syndrome, who just financially gifted $220. $220 by Iraq Syndrome. Thank you so much, good brother. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. Wow. Fantastic. What a champion. A small tribute to all of you from me, he writes, and a small taste of the successes we'll celebrate in the years to come. I love those posters. That is exactly the kind of work we need to be involved in. We need to morally win over our people and children's hearts from this anti-white world. As Jared Taylor said, our people will only accept a moral answer to our woes, not Ant Nat garbage. God bless our people. God bless you, brother. That is so fantastic. Iraq Syndrome, ladies and gentlemen. Making it happen with a princely financial gift of $220. And it's absolutely right. It needs to be a moral answer because white people, Western kind, Westmen, men and women, Westmen means both men and women. We need a moral matrix for our actions to take place in because otherwise we view those actions as criminal. And you might be able to get individuals to participate in such an activity, but never the mass of our people. We need to believe that it is a moral deed. And indeed, this is the most moral of all deeds and of all acts. Thank you for bringing everyone's attention back to that. Iraq Syndrome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, brother. And we have here, let's keep the Raucous emojis going, for Mitt Romney's fifth wife, financially gifting $25. The fifth woman in marriage that he has let down. You know, Mitt Romney, he makes it clear for everybody that when, you know, the saying is that when you get older as a man, that the mind is the first thing to go. But he makes clear for everyone that it's not just the mind, it's also about 3 feet down. Just enjoying the stream and chipping in. Well, thank you so much, Mitt Romney's fifth wife, as upset as she is with Mitt and his inadequacies. $25 financial gift. Thank you, brother. We will proceed to this P.L. Sandridge and telling me to put my big boy pants on. Let's see what P.L. Sandridge has to say. An acolyte of E. Michael Jones. Oh, you're welcome, Austin. John Wilkes is with us. Hello to you. Promethean Epoch is with us. P.L. Sandridge writes here, I have watched your content with great interest since you had Hake on. Now, P.L. Sandridge, by the way, is not, I'm not saying P.L. Sandridge is a bad person. I'm kind of just poking fun at E. Michael Jones. I have had E. Michael Jones acolytes reach out in the most like bizarre ways. And I'm not saying that's what P.L. Sandridge is doing, but just having a little bit of fun. But we'll get to the comment. I agree with and support the message, no white guilt. That's awesome. See, that makes P.L. Sandridge a good person. I am white after all. But what is glaringly obvious, especially with these rants some people engage in, now you, all caps, are the victim. The exact thing the blacks did. It's a mentality. Pull your big boy pants up. Deal with each situation as it presents itself. We as white people cannot go down the victim road. And this is why E. Michael Jones will never have any success. Well, that in his attitude. I mean, he has been a crotchety-ass curmudgeon, I think from birth. I think he came out that way. I think at birth, when the doctor pulled him out and gave him a slap on the ass, he started complaining right away in the most disagreeable way. And so the doctor and the nurse got in a few more, you know. But we'll continue. Pull on your big boy pants. This was well planned, thought out, and 70 years in the making. Read Dr. E. Michael Jones. Quote, the Jewish revolutionary spirit, close quote. Now, I'm not saying to read that. That's a suggestion by this writer, P.L. Sandridge. To understand who planned it. Well, this is where we're going to educate you some, P.L. We want to take you to the next level. Stop examining. Stop the examining. Stop the doom dissecting. Who cares? Who cares? It's happening, isn't it? Do you control anything? Do I control anything? Do we, even as a collective in the white sympathetic sphere, control anything that we can change in order to deal with this perceived organized aggression? No. So stop talking about it. Isn't it a waste of time? It is a waste of time. Everybody that has power, everybody in power, everybody with wealth already has this info. They already know that a particular group has lots of power. That it's not like you don't know who can swagger through the room and make things happen the way they want to make it happen. So enough with this. You know, he's been talking about them forever. What has that done? And focus is in the wrong place. Focus needs to be on us. Focus needs to be on the concepts we use and therefore the creation of a story we live in. I'll continue. And otherwise, I mean, PL Sandrich is being polite. I mean, there's nothing really objectionable about this post. So I appreciate that. He said, then read his book, quote, called The Slaughter of Cities. Tells how this agenda was begun. Don't need that info. And your average white person not going to read it. They don't need that info. He says, when Southern blacks were moved into the North and East into major cities to work in factories. I mean, they were moved to those places. I mean, the incentives were created and they moved there themselves, right? But again, what does that matter? This displaced the Italians, the Irish, the Polish, and others who were forced into suburbs and called white. So here's the ultimate crux of why Michael Jones is so very, very wrong, is that he wants to divide the white race into all of these different groups. And individualism in this division is defeat, it's death, it's white erasure. We had seen ourselves as Western kind, has even despite the different countries, you can look throughout all of history that we wrote about each other as brothers and sisters, as a single people, again and again. So, and furthermore, these groups that Michael Jones talks about, that this was their identities, they vied against each other because they didn't see themselves as a single people. That is an immense weakness. And if he's too dumb to see it, and look, I don't care how many books a person has their nose in and how many degrees they have, how many doctorates, PhDs they might have, how many books they've authored, how many people respect them. I don't give a shit. Intelligence is all that matters. And if you're too dumb to see that dividing our people further into groups, into sectarianizing them, into groups that will then vie with each other for their own group's well-being, if you're too dumb to see that that is a dumbass strategy that will continue the defeat of our people, then there's nothing that can help you. And I'm not talking about P.L. Sandrich in particular. I'm talking about Jones in particular. Displaced the Italians, Irish, Polish, others, forced to move, and then called white. No, if they had seen themselves as white, a single people that they were not going to allow to be displaced, white erased, etc. If the Polish would come when the things were happening bad to the Italians, and the Italians would come when the bad things were happening to the Polish, instead of the Polish getting up by helping the new groups coming up against the Italians, and the Italians are getting ahead of the Polish by helping the new groups coming up who are non-white or whatever it might be, anti-white, and against the Polish. If that wasn't happening, then we wouldn't have been in such a bad state. He says, go inside, get to know yourself, see the light, caps for the light, love your neighbor as you love yourself. And so this is, of course, the appeal. And we love every religion that white people have either created or made our own. And that includes Catholicism in its various forms as well. But this idea that, and this also comes from Michael Jones, that Catholicism somehow makes the West is pure bunkum. It is bunkum, and I will just leave it at that. And it is so evident that it doesn't even need a counter argument, that is not the case. It is the biospirit of the West that made Catholicism what it is, that makes Christianity what it is, that makes, and now, of course, it all sullied by the infecting of Westman with Antiwhitism. But this is what I say to, and again, PL was respectful. I appreciate that. Every disagreement, respectful disagreement, totally embraced. So as I say, I'm just having a bit of fun because of Jones and at his expense, not at PL's expense. So I appreciate, though, the disagreement. And here, ultimately, and I just wrote a couple bullet points to myself, and I'll just read these. I don't even remember what I wrote. Let's see. Denying our victimization does not make it go away. PL, or Jones, I should say. Maybe I should speak to Jones, because PL is is following Jones, and that's where these ideas have come from. I think primarily, if I'm wrong, PL, then I apologize for that. You can correct me in a thread. And again, thank you for the disagreement and presenting it in a respectable way, except for the little sort of childish. Maybe you were having a bit of fun with pull your big boy pants on. I can assure you, my pants have to be big boy pants. I won't get into that though. So I'll just get back to that. Denying our victimization does not make it go away. We are victimized people. Our children are victimized. Westmen are victimized, men and women. Western kind is victimized. We are being white erased from our civilization. Denying it doesn't make it go away. Acknowledging our victimization does not equate to using it as an excuse for shortcomings. So saying that we're victimized is not the same thing as saying that we can't achieve because of group A or group B or what have you. So there's a nuance there that Jones is not seeing. And it's probably because he's not as bright as people think he is. He's just, what does he look like to you? And do we all not get trained by the media? Do we all not get trained by like entertainment media, news media, television, etc.? We're trained by it. And what does the intellect look like in those environments? Well, he's decrepit, he's weak, he's old, he's gray. He sometimes is rough around the edges. Right. And so that's why people follow Jones, not because he has anything smart to say. I mean, let's just say it like it is. Acknowledging our victimization does not equate to using it as an excuse for shortcomings. That's what anti-whites do. Denying our victimization is cowardly and immoral because the denier may be able to overcome the victimization, but millions of our people will not be able to overcome the victimization. Denying that they are being victimized is to turn one's back on them. Utter cowardice and immoral behavior. And so that's what you should say to somebody who says, don't go the victim route. Okay, buddy, you are able to overcome the victimization, but you are a coward to deny it is taking place and a coward to not defend those of our race who are not able, like you, to somehow overcome it. Asshole. And that's what Jones is. I mean, 'cause it's what he is. Two more points. Acknowledging our victimization unites us as a victimized people and engenders collective defense for personal well-being. I mean, I have probably twice the IQ of Jones, at least. Probably twice. I'll read that again. I will read that again, nice and slow for Jones. Acknowledging our victimization unites us as a victimized people and engenders collective defense for personal well-being. Finally, in a world of collectives, individualism is suicide. Anything that engenders us to divide our people is anathema to the recapture of our destiny. So we, in America, we are Americans. America is a distinct country and a distinct people. Western kind in America is a distinct people. And we have hues in Western civilization, such a big country. We can talk about having a heritage of being Italian or Irish. I have all of them, by the way, primarily German, English, and Scandinavian, but I have it all, even Russian. So I can say that. I can talk about all the different groups. We have this heritage. But the bottom line is that we're a distinct people in America, and we are united as a single people around the world, Western kind. So we need to stand together. And when the day comes when you can't victimize Poland and the actual Polish people, rather than Polish descended people in Pennsylvania somewhere, when the day comes when you can't victimize Italians, not people who claim to be Italian across America, that's the dumbest thing. And people are like, I'm Italian. Really? What part of Italy? Oh, actually, I come from Philly. Well, then shut up. When the day comes when you can't victimize a Southerner, when the day comes when you can't victimize a Swede, because all of the rest of the West is going to stand up and one great Western shadow will fall upon the aggressor. When that day comes, anti-whiteism is over. You continue in this absolutely ignoramus mindset of breaking us up, sectarianizing us into as many different groups as possible, and it's the end. So that's my response to Jones. I hope PL will consider my arguments here and then get back to me. And if you want to have a bit of fun as well, then go right ahead. We're going to move rapidly. We're coming upon 8 o'clock, and we want to get to your calls. So let's go ahead and jump into this. Let me make sure we're still streaming. I haven't muted myself. Let's see what you all are saying. We have some financial gifts over here on Cash App. All financial gifts, comments, questions are read, even if I have to change a word or two, whatever it might be to protect the channel and the work we do here for White Wellbeing. Amalahar, the great Amalahar comes in with $13.37 and writes here for White Wellbeing. God bless you. Thank you so much. A great champion in this grand struggle, the grandest of all struggles of all ages, to determine whether or not the people who go to the moon, who walk in space, who have stepped on other planets, who have cured disease and conquered things that wanted to conquer them of all types, whether or not that people will continue or perish. This is the grandest of all struggles, and you have pledged your life to the greatest of all deeds. Thank you all for being here. The great I Love Jesus Christ is with us, financially gifting $10. God bless you, sister. Wonderful to see you as always. And she writes for White Wellbeing. You see, in service to White Wellbeing, in the practice of going free works with every group of white people, atheists, pagans of all the various stripes, Catholics, Christians of all the different denominations, Mormons, works with us all. It's a practice you engage with in your life. You understand that it's our spirit that the Creator made that causes us to see the world as we see it, to strive and thrive as the Creator wants us to strive and thrive. So you are doing the God's work when you defend our people against the victimization. You're doing the good Lord's work. He wanted us to be. And so he would want us to defend ourselves. Thank you very much. I love Jesus Christ. I see the great Mrs. Jess Horse has joined us. Diamond Dust is here. Great to see you. Let me see what you all are saying, and we're going to roll quickly. Archangel says, I'm an Italian, and I trace my father's line back to Palermo. I was having a bit of a tongue twister. And my mother is also Italian and was adopted. Well, there you have it. There's a genuine Italian for you. I loved this video I saw. It showed that it was made by an Italian guy. And the guy was Italian guy, blonde hair, and I think blue eyes as well. So probably Northern Italy. And he plays a video of this guy from, I don't know, like New Jersey, one of these like stereotypical kind of like slimy characters. And he's talking about how to say, what was the word? Mozzarella. And it was just this absolute nonsense about how to say. He had this just ridiculous, he didn't know any Italian. He was just like this greasy, gross character, gel all over the place. And I guess some people like that, maybe. I don't know. That's not my thing. But thankfully it wasn't smell-o-vision. But and he's saying like condescendingly correcting other people's pronunciation of mozzarella. And then and it's all like big flamboyant. The guy's like, mozzarella, it's just ridiculous, right? Then it flashes over to this actual guy in Italy. And he's looking with this face like, what in the hell are you? And then he says in Italian, it's pronounced, and then he says it. And it sounds completely normal at that point. So you all know the type I'm talking about. Reptile says about Jones, he's wildly incorrect. Italians, Polish, Irish, etc. were not falsely labeled as white. They were rightfully recognized as members of Western kind. Precisely. It doesn't do any good. I mean, this is ultimately Jones's position, or Jones' position, is it stems from the idea that if you give credence to the anti-whites, their arguments, you'll somehow get a little peace, or you'll somehow get a little cred with white people. Pardon me. And it never happens, right? So, I mean, it speaks to his lack of intelligence. But you cannot, and you see the exact same mentality in those content creators for good people who call themselves conservatives, patriots, Republicans, these content creators for Republicans, for conservatives, etc., or Christians in general, who will, in this abject, stolid, asinine way, deny the reason for the victimization of our people. No, it's not because we're white and they're attacking white people. And so ultimately, that's what Jones is doing. He's just taking it a little bit of a different direction. He's saying, no, they labeled us with white. Come on. Except for all of the thousands of years of our people talking about each other as brothers and etc. With the exception, of course, and do not bring to me when you have these intense rivalries of nations and then they build up animosities and then they have negative things to say about each other. That's not a contradiction to what I just said, because what I just said is true. All right, let's see what else we have here. Ghost Rider has some roses for the ladies in chat. Let's see. Dom says, we don't think as being victim as a virtue, but we need to talk about the demoralization campaign, and it's going on, that is going on against us. Yeah, it's not just demoralization, it's outright victimization. If you're teaching children to hate themselves, that's victimization. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for chiming in. Magpie is here. Great to see you. Is Adam Green going to be debating Jones? Patrick of Southtown is here. Great to see you. Visionary says, at times I think E. Michael Jones has a religious reason to not care about this world, especially when he says flippantly, nothing lasts forever. And I think, no, we have, no. Magpie says, we will be in our neck of the woods next weekend for the National Cherry Blossom Kite Festival. Well. Who is this? You and your spouse in Washington, D.C. area? Yes, the cherry blossoms will be coming out soon. Elaine Sabatinos has to run. Austin says, Hake has no white guilt. Jesse says it all the time, quote, if there's one man who has no white guilt, it's Hake. Yeah. He doesn't seem to care at all. He's like fine with standing for our people and saying, we're going to put an end to this anti-whiteism. Yeah, the Hake Report over on his channel. You can find it on YouTube and elsewhere. All right, let's keep rolling. For me, the Epoch asking, whenever it comes to any group or any country that is debated, I guess, or you're questioning, is this group or a group within a country, is this group white or people or not? The question ultimately comes down to, and it's seen, what's the big difference? And we talk about the correlation, right? Blue eyes doesn't correlate to Western civilization by itself, right? White people. So does the people create Western civilization? If they create Western civilization, then functionally they're white, because it's the instinct, it's the biospirit, now it doesn't mean that the people who are Swedes, like traditionally what you see as a Swedish person, and traditionally as what you see as a Greek white person, or certain types of Greek people, are the exact same. That there are no differences, because we can see the differences. But what we're talking about is what correlates and therefore demonstrates that we are a single people, and that is the creation of Western civilization. You wouldn't look to Asian people, as wonderful as the cultures they create, as the architecture and the stories, you wouldn't look to them and say, oh, well, that's a Western people, they're white. No, because that's clearly not Western civilization. So that is how we really tell at a really fundamental level. But functionally, it comes more down to, I guess, in a day-to-day sense of, can the individuals of a group escape victimization by anti-whites? And do they identify as white? I mean, if they don't identify as white, I think the question is moot. They've decided individually. If they can escape by saying, oh no, I'm not a member of the white race, and anti-whites will concur, then they're certainly not white then either. But when it comes down to it, for where the rubber meets the road in our endeavor to secure our destiny, to recapture that destiny, and as you can see, this takes high intelligence to grapple with all of these things. You're talking about these different pillars. It's ultimately different perspectives. As you move through your mind, the geometrical shape, if you will, takes on wildly different forms as you move around the geometrical shape. The thing under consideration. That's why people with lower IQs, it's hard to communicate with them the totality of a shape. I'm using the word shape for the thing under consideration, because they're unable to parse, they're unable to see that, oh, these are part of the same thing. They have to lay it out in maybe a more, like, if for argument's sake, two-dimensional way. So ultimately, when it comes to the recapture of our destiny, we don't have to decide who's white, and bothering with the question is just a waste of time, because conflict and time will decide who's white. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to doesn't need to be any panels. There doesn't need to be anything like this. Time and conflict is going to decide who is white. So rest assured that it is beyond the individual. It is beyond, and it doesn't require us to write anything down it's just that all of that's just a waste of time. Just get involved in the recapture of our destiny. And when we get to that glorious Western sunrise, all of that will be resolved. And then when we're by ourselves, as far as our destiny, the recapture of our destiny goes, we're able to decide for ourselves, not by ourselves in the sense that there aren't any, we don't have, or we're in areas where there are no non-white people, because there are plenty of white people who will want to live in environments where there are still non-white people, just as there are white people who will want to live in places where there aren't any non-white people. When we reach that place, we'll be able to decide amongst ourselves very easily, in a very equitable way, our disputes and all of that sort of thing. But it won't come down to, are these people more white or less white or whatever? And also keep in mind, another angle on this is that anti-whites, this is one of the vectors of attack to come in against us, to disrupt, to break us into pieces, is to ask this question: who's really white? When they have no problem determining who's white when it comes to victimizing us. They have no problem determining who's non-white when it comes to who's going to benefit from that victimization. So we have to guard against that. Thanks. That's actually a great. Thank you for bringing that up. That's a fantastic question. And every now and again, we need to readdress it, especially because there is so much misinformation and so many efforts out there to undermine the work that we're doing. Really quickly, the great Fournol wrote this I wanted to share. Choosing our words carefully is not the same as playing word games. He tweeted this. One is honest and the other is deceitful. It isn't deceitful to say what we mean in terms that do not invoke anti-white concepts. Brilliantly written by the great Fournol. Well done, brother. West Bra writes here, there's a newer narrative I'm seeing that says preserving the West is not desirable, primarily due to degeneracy. Well, right there, I can jump right in and say the definition of West that you're working with there is what we have today. And that's not the West. The West is in us. You can see shadows of that, of the West in Western civilization today. You can see some remnants of life left in the corpse of what Western civilization is today. But Western civilization today is not a product of who and what we are, what's inside of us. So I'll continue. Since we are in the business of preserving the West, can you address this? I kind of am right there. Thanks for this question. Clearly, we need to preserve the folk who have created all of the great civilizations, whatever one thinks about 2022 USA. Very well written there at the end, Westbrook. Yes, we need not concern ourselves with I guess when you're saying the preservation of like United States, Canada, UK, the way these things exist today, we need to concern ourselves with the source of the origination of those things, us. So we work on preserving us. The West outside of us will take care of itself as we recapture our destiny. So it's a matter of focus. We don't focus on, our individual countries and we want to preserve, say, the United States or preserve Canada, we are recapturing our destiny and those things will take care of themselves. Thank you very much. That's a great question. The great Azimuth Clark writes here, Ryan Neal or RK Outpost has been attacked by anti-whites for commenting on the anti-whitism in the new Batman movie. Ryan has pointed out that with the exception of Batman, another character, every other single white character in the movie is painted as evil. All of the heroes and good people are all non-white. If Ryan was going free, or even just using the 5 key concepts, he could have shown the anti-white movie for what it is, respectfully and politely leaving comments or emailing content creators about going free and the 5 key concepts can have a huge impact. I've been using, quote, the rings of power, Amazon's attempt at applying the anti-white narrative to J.R.R. Tolkien's work to share going free and our lexicon. Anti-whitism is in every movie, television show, and every other form of entertainment. Use this to your advantage. Almost on a daily basis, content creators that I already listen to have started adopting the lexicon of going free. Brilliant. Azimuth Clark, big round of applause for this champion. Getting out there time and again, getting to content creators. Why would a content creator pick up the 5 key concepts rather than, say, one of the other vehicles and the verbiage that they use? Well, because with the other vehicles and the verbiage that they use, the content creator has to take on the persona of the bad guy, and will then be seen by his or her paying audience as the bad guy, will suffer the consequences of censorship and etc. from the anti-whites. Why would they instead pick up the lexicon? Because it works for them personally. A content creator doesn't need to know who I am or who Azimuth Clark is or who you are to see somebody write, hey, this is anti-white, this is the anti-white narrative, Western kind, use these words in an argument to see that, oh my God, I can trash the other folks out there that I want to be able to trash in the creation of my content, and I can look like the great champion doing it, to then adopt it. That self-serving approach that everybody's going to have, and that's what we've calculated into the practice of going free, is going to compel content creators to say, pluck that out. I think I'll just pluck that out and I'll use that next time. Let me jot that down. I'll use that next time. And then as they use it to their millions or hundreds of thousands or scores of millions, decamillions, centimillions, however many subscribers or people who end up seeing their content after that, those individuals will do the same thing. They'll say, oh, I really like that. And it came from my favorite content creator. I will just pluck that out and I'll use that at work tomorrow. Hypnotic Tango had another comment here. Women and children got to leave the Ukraine first, ? Wow. These women who left the country while men stayed behind to die don't have the right to complain about how bad men are ever again. ! I really like that. Because think about how men, it's just endless complaints, isn't it? It's just endless complaints from women. And we've been dying and getting maimed and etc. So the day after, whatever ends up happening, if Russia were to stop or something happened so that Ukraine fought the Russians back out of the country, and for here we want all life loss and injury to stop as soon as possible. We want the war to be over. We're not on either side, don't like or hate either side. We want people to stop dying. We want innocent people to stop dying. Having said that, if Ukraine fought Russia off, the next day, Ukrainian white women would say, yeah, that's great. Well done, men. Well done. The day after that, they'd be right back to complaining about them. And the day after that, they would be getting divided again, sectarianized again by slick anti-whites coming in there saying, well, it wasn't really the men. They're just stealing the credit. Women were the real, and not this non-white group and that non-white, they were the real defenders of Ukraine. I'll continue with what he said here. In my opinion, it should be the young who get to leave first. It makes no sense that a young man should die so that an old woman can live. The anti-whites who call themselves feminists have blood on their hands. Very well written. And I agree. This behavior that we have, I think it probably did start with when the odds were not good, that if the ships were going to be filled, if a tribe was going to have to flee, and just of all the able bodies who could potentially succeed in the defense were left behind, I imagine that no seats in the fleeing ships would be occupied by old women or men, so that young men who couldn't conceivably fight worth a shit would be left behind to die. That makes no sense. These people have lived their lives. They have lived their lives. So it probably was sane white people probably said, sorry, you get to stay because there's not enough room. And young people who haven't had an opportunity to live, they're the ones who get to go. That would be the way. I mean, and you break it down for like a family, every older white person would say, that's absolutely right. I want the young person to be able to have a life. So I've lived mine. I mean, could you imagine like 70, 80, 90-year-olds taking the place of like a 16-year-old boy? For God's sake. All right. Nemanja writes here, this show is becoming a comedy also. One of the best shows. I laugh so hard. Keep it up, my friend. Thank you so very much. Or is that Ja on the end? Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. If I can, while inspiring you to stand up for our people, tickle your funny bone, then I'm happy to do so. Buddy Duddyful, a great champion, says, I remember Jason saying after Charlottesville how we need to get on top of the narrative and to not, all caps, let the anti-whites define what happened that day. We failed. But in the aftermath of January 6th, thanks to Jason and his vision, we succeeded, thereby drawing more people into our and subsequently their story. Absolutely right, Buddy Duddyfold. Thank you so much for writing that. Because we got out And I named it Patriots Day, which is what it was, the day the patriot lost his innocence. And we have to continue that narrative so that we control the story. And it's for us. You know, why are there statues in the South? Do you think the United States put them up? We put them up. Now they're all getting white erased. I mean, Maryland just saw its last, I guess they were calling it a Confederate statue, pulled down recently and regrettably. Promethean Epoch says, I forgot to this year, but every January 6th from now on, I will take the day off work to honor and celebrate Patriots Day. That's the kind of attitude you have to have. Tell everybody at work, I'm taking this day off. I'm celebrating Patriots Day. Write a poem, write a song to it, write a piece of poetry to it. Make a statue to it. Make a work of art to it. Azimuth Clark again says here, I just wanted to thank everybody for being so friendly and welcoming in this community. Where I live, you get dirty looks from anti-whites as if I'm the one who's out of place. Most people here do not speak English and aren't very friendly. Even if it's only for a few hours a night, communicating with others who share the same biospirit means a lot. Thank you so much for writing. Absolutely does. That's, again, the kind of, we're talking about contributing and being our people, being our community, creating a people out of a deracinated race. That is what we have to be and do and are. You know, and that's what I do. So if you want somebody to imitate, in some ways there are things worthy of imitation. We had on PWR this past Wednesday. How do you pronounce it in French? Is it Les Braves? Is that it? So we had two representatives on from that community, and they were for the UK audience, for the United States audience, for the Canadian audience, for the rest of the world. They were like this obscure. It's a thriving group. I mean, they're growing. They're making it happen in France, and good people, and otherwise obscure group though to people in the Anglosphere. And we get to the pre-show. We're getting ready to start, and all of a sudden, the woman Anna says to me, "Jason, you don't know this, but I am the woman that you worked with so many years ago when I was out there. I was hiring people who worked in the white sympathetic sphere, and so that I could keep my dollars inside the white sympathetic sphere. So years earlier, we had worked together for White Wellbeing. This is how we have to be. Meanwhile, though, I get grief, right, for reaching out to people to work, to hire people in the white sympathetic sphere from ant-nat types and the rest, because they want to ascribe me other motives than my genuine motives. So that's how our best get treated by folks like that. So that's how we have to be. Thank you very much for that. Franklin, the great Franklin, says here, the more I watch Nick's content, Nick Fuentes, the more I realize he has no idea what he's doing. His movement just revolves around his entertaining personality, which to a large degree is just him mimicking Trump, and silly slogans. His speech really showcased, his speech at his event, I guess it was, really showcased how substanceless he is, writes Franklin. When you scrutinize what he's doing, especially some of the immature comments, his supporters get upset and don't have any real responses. His group will likely just peter out in some time as it fails to deliver concrete results. I think it's just a matter of when. You are really one of the few people who really knows what they're doing. Maybe the only one. I really appreciate that, Franklin. And let's get a round of applause for Franklin, because this guy, I can't say how, it's one of those scenarios where the person is out there making it happen for White Wellbeing, and the name in the face, and etc. can't be out there, but this is a champion. And this guy's making it. So this guy is not just giving an opinion from an armchair, not doing anything. No, this guy is physically making it happen. So he has every right to criticize. Now, obviously Nick's supporters are going to disagree, but you can't say that Franklin is just somebody not doing anything, sitting in an armchair somewhere, and he doesn't have a right to criticize. No, this guy's making it happen, physically out there all the time. And then, and I know Nick's supporters are probably, if they hear this, they want something positive said about Nick. He's getting a lot of people. He's a bright guy. He's getting a lot of people aware of what's happening. And I think his biggest contribution, I think he should stick with it for the rest of his life, is to continue to demonstrate how conservative content creators and leaders, Republican content creators and leaders are frauds. That is what I would like to see him continue to do. He's had great success at that. And that's what I'd like to see him to continue to do for decades to come, because it is these dead ends that we need to keep our people from going down. I don't think the other approaches and his other objectives have as much value, but that's my opinion. And he has criticisms of my work as well. So it's fair, because we're all making an effort, in either white sympathetic or white positive. Reptile here, and then we're going to go to the calls. Says, calling it Patriots Day was extremely wise, Jason. We can either define and attribute significance within our story or accept what's given to us by our victimizers. You placed and defined it within ours. Genius! Exclamation point. The recognition thief. Oh my gosh, I can't read that. Oh, that's funny. He said the recognition thief, and he's talking about for Patriots Day, once proclaimed, quote, trust the plan, close quote. Well, I say, quote, trust the bottleneck, close quote. Yeah, that's funny. I can't read that. But I don't know. Would he read something really mocking me? Would Nick read something that really made fun of me to get a laugh? Has he? Let me see what you all are saying. Yeah, Alston says, 316 says he support Nick and Jason. Nothing wrong with that. Let me see. Okay, entropy is blank, so we didn't miss anybody over there. And let me check over here. Green something or other. Hello to you and welcome. And I don't see anybody on Odyssey has tagged me or gifted. And D Live, I don't see any tags either. So a big hello to all of you. Remember to tag me if you have any questions or comments in the closing half hour we're going to take some calls here in just a moment. And it looks like we have Barkey says, talking to No White Guilt Clips. And Franklin says, Nick hasn't said anything negative about you. He just said he didn't like the presentation of the show. Well, all right. Is what it is. And he has pulled in to his show without question. You give credit where credit is due. He has pulled in to his show more of that, the average person for his audience, which is not Austin, the sort of typical Nick Fuentes viewer. He's pulled in more of those people than I have been able to pull in of champions. It might well be that there are far fewer champions of the West than there are typical Nick viewers. But nonetheless, he has, without question, not taking anything away from him by saying a typical Nick viewer. I'm just defining them that way so that we can understand what we're talking about. People, a lot of those folks, they love to laugh. He makes them laugh. They love Nick. And they love the information that he provides from the newspapers he reads. And that's nothing wrong with that. That's a typical Nick viewer. And some of them are of this Groyper community. And those are the ones really getting on. And I'll say, please, the folks who call themselves Groypers and you want to if anything, use the key concepts when you demonstrate how anti-white these faux leaders of conservatism, Republican government, etc., are, because then you'll be supplying people with things that they can use in their lives. They might not be as brave as you. So give folks information, verbiage, concepts that will empower them when you have the bravery to get up, maybe at a microphone, and an opportunity to speak at one of these conservative events. All right, let's see. The screen leapt on me, so I don't know where it is now in the show. But Dom says, Western civilization today looks like a new Weimar Republic 2.0. Well, I'm not going to deny that. Yeah, it's just going right down the toilet. Unsire is with us. Is that the same peace lily you had last year? Yes, it is. And it would be covered in those white flowers because I take such good care of it. You don't have to actually do that much to keep to make them very healthy. They're vigorous plants. But I've been trimming back the bloom stalks because they do put out some pollen, and I wanted to, and which can be problematic for me in this space here. But I wanted to also encourage the plant itself to grow more robust. But yeah, it's looking great, isn't it? Okay, I have no idea where. We'll have to give up on that live chat for a moment, and we will make sure that we didn't miss anybody, and we'll get ready for calls. Let me take a look at who we have lined up first. Who do we have lined up first? Who did not get a chance to talk? Or no, we did speak with White Wellbeing app. That's right, we did last week. Was there somebody else who wanted to talk? And no, that's not somebody. If I want top quality adult material, I'll just take off my clothes. Patrick of Southtown as well. Were you last week one of the ones who wanted to get on? I did, and we didn't have time. Let's see. Yes, we'll go to Patrick of Southtown and then Mr. V. All right, Patrick of Southtown. And then we'll see who else we have. So we're going to have calls. Let's try to make it about 5 to 8 minutes if possible, so we can, if we have 3 people, that should make it. All right, Patrick, here comes the call. Patrick of Southtown, are you with us? Switch.
Hey, Jason.
Oh, going? Great. How are you doing? Let me move the mic. All right. Wonderful to hear from you. What's going on? What thoughts are on your mind?
I'm here to talk more about the California GSC.
Okay. Awesome.
As Mr. V so graciously has, he's helped all of us. He's really just, he's been amazing. He really put structure to all of us collabing together. Yeah. And I'm so grateful for his work and all of the different GSC leaders. Yeah. They're all great people. One of the things I'd like to talk about is the California GFC is for, we're specifically geared towards culture creation. Nice. And the reason why I feel culture focusing on culture is imperative is we need to establish our cultural axis mundi. By bringing it into the physical realm, we are able to anchor our biospirit to the land. Like, you can't have how do I put it? We need to have our physical expressions of culture.
Yes, 100% agree.
And from my experiences living in California, the reason for that is a lot of people don't see our culture. It's invisible to them. They see it as
That's right.
They don't think that they have a culture because they don't see it. It's because everybody else also practices our culture, air quotes. Like, they practice our culture, like Christmas, for example. And when other people of Western kind see this, they're unable to establish a connection to it because they go, oh, well, you know, that's for everybody.
Right.
And so we need to get our expressions connected to us. And the only way to do that is by focusing on that. Like, we have to find a way to detach it from the multicultural and bring it back to us.
That's a great point, because it is both a reality that things that are part of our culture, like the norms of how we behave, men to women, women to men, or children to parents, or people to animals, things that are normal for us are adopted or ignored. Certainly ignored in favor of the big, Las Vegas type of lights, the elements of culture. So, yeah, exactly what you're saying. Please continue.
Oh, yeah. It's basically a mixed culture that's designed for anybody to drive up, like they're driving through a drive-through, and take part in it. But that's just surface level stuff. That's not that's not what we're about. It's a lot deeper than that. There's a lot of rich culture, and there are stories. There's all kinds of artistic expressions that are being suppressed because of that sort of mixed culture that manifests. That you see it all the time during Christmas time. It's that surface level stuff. Like, that's only a small portion of our culture.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the biggest part. And I feel that we need every type of person to join up, artists, singers, culinary, like, just every single type of person needs to come aboard and focus on that. And that's one way I feel that we can take back our destiny is we got to focus on our culture.
Amen. You are 100% right. I could not agree with you more. And the fact that you have stepped up and are heading up a Going Free Club, a GFC, folks, get involved. Make a change, make a difference in the world, difference in your life, become a better you, make the world a better place. The fact that you've done this, Patrick, demonstrates that you are the person for the job. We have this movie, and we have a lot of movies, tons of movies where, and I was just thinking of the one that Jared George and I reviewed, The Matrix, years back. And you have these movies where you have somebody, Harry Potter's the same way, where you have the protagonist is the one. Well, that happens in the real world. We like those movies because we like to think of ourselves as the one. Well, the reality is that the way that this works, the way that the recapture of our destiny works, is that the individuals who are the one will be the ones who step up and prove themselves as the one. So if you want to be more than just an observer of a movie and fantasize about what it would like to be the one to make it happen, if you want to be more than that, then you can step up. You can step up like Patrick has done. You can step up and participate. And we thank you so very much. Any final thoughts, brother?
Oh, definitely. And you're exactly right. Anybody can do it. They just have to step up. And I actually would like to issue a challenge for people to step up for the border states. Arizona, Texas, please step up and create a GFC. Reach out to me or Mr. V, and let's take back our border states. Like, let's start there. Like, if we start there, we can really make big strides. It's not too late. I don't believe it's too late by any stretch of the imagination.
And that's the attitude you have to have, folks, right there. It's never too late. Long as there is breath in our lungs, blood in our veins, and will in our hearts, it's never too late. The men and women of the West have overcome far worse, and we will do it again. God bless you, brother. And you are welcome to call him whenever you want, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much, Jason.
All right, man. You have a good night, all right?
Have a great night. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails. What a champion. Patrick of Southtown. He shows up. Folks, this is your opportunity. And we have, I think, who else is on? If you want to talk to me, jump on quickly on the Skype. Let me know. Mr. V is up next. And then we'll see who else if we can sneak anybody else on before. But I just want to say quickly, this is the opportunity to be the one. You will demonstrate it. This is what I told folks many years ago when I created this plan. They wanted to know how was I going to name the people who would do X, Y, or Z. And I said, I don't name them. They will name themselves. They will prove themselves. They will be the one that comes through to make it happen. And God bless them. A lot of these folks said, I don't understand how that could be the case. But fortunately, I did understand how that could be the case. And now you all are getting to see it. All right. We have the great Mr. V up next. Here we go.
Hello.
There he is. What's going on, brother?
Hey, brother. How's it going?
It's great, man. It's great. It's great to talk with you. And what do you want to talk about tonight?
Well, I started my timer for 8 minutes exactly. I'll try to keep it brief. Well, first of all, it's great to hear Patrick call in.
Yeah,
I really enjoy it. It really, really is. I had a 3-hour call with Patrick today.
That's awesome. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and even earlier than that, he attended my GFC's book club, and I attended his.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was a lot of fun. And I'll give you a quick update on that, brother. We finished the main part of the book, so we're now moving on to the glossary and the versatile MCs and the MPs.
Great.
And the portion at the end. So we're going to go through that. We're going to focus on the main MPs and MCs, and then we're going to move on to Prometheus Rising.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and then we're likely going to take a little break, do something else, maybe I'm thinking maybe a short story, maybe some poems or something like that, so that later we can do Crucible.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so I think that's the way to go. But it's been an absolute blast. There's been so much good stuff that has come from doing the GFC book club. And let me quickly share with you, brother, an example of that. I have to find it here, because during one of our meetings, No White Guilt Clips came up with a very good MC, actually, and
okay.
I think it's worthwhile. It's an MC to one of the in one of the interactive segments, you lay down an MP and you tell people to come up with MCs for that MP. And I'm just trying to find here if I can spot his. Here it is. So the MP is Western educational expectations undermine non-white self-confidence and thereby sabotage non-white achievement. And No White Guilt Clips MC is, when the expectation is competence, only the incompetent feel unconfident.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's a great one. So I just wanted to share that one. And
That
yeah,
I
big
like
thing-
that.
Yeah, that's a great one, right? Yeah, so big thanks to him, and big thanks to everyone who's a part of my GFC, and big thanks to Patrick. I love working with Patrick on GFC stuff. It's a blast. He had his karaoke night, like I mentioned before. That was a success. I'm definitely going to attend his next karaoke night.
All right.
He says that we get to select songs. Maybe I'm going to do a little bit of dancing.
All
Maybe.
right. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'll work out well.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of that, brother, because ever since you said music with attitude, I got me thinking, yeah, where is that music with attitude? You ever heard of Pantera, brother? I highly recommend Pantera.
Yeah.
Yeah, something tells me Antiwhites don't like Pantera because these are good Southern boys who used to, use the Confederate flag and everything like that.
Yes, I remember many years ago some imagery of theirs. They had the Confederate flag up. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, definitely worth it. Getting back into it because Josh Neal and Jefferson Lee did a podcast of theirs from Broken Arrow where they talk about Pantera, and going back and listening to it, I mean, it is really what white man's music was meant to be, like the heavy music. And this was during the time when, bands were writing all this depressive, kind of stuff. But they weren't in on that. They were not about that at all. So they kept masculinity in heavy music alive during that time.
That's fantastic. Yeah, we need that. Music is so important that my prediction that they would go after with censorship the musicians the hardest was almost instantaneous. As soon as people really started creating music that, especially that could be universal, so from country to country, and embolden Westmen, men, women, and children, and be entertaining, give them confidence. They were censoring the hell out of those folks right away. So we need to realize that the power of music to a movement just can't be questioned. But it can't be this, a lot of the musicians, and then I'll let you have your final thoughts that you want to share. A lot of musicians think that you're going to have like this mealy-mouthed sort of approach to this. The anti-whites didn't have a mealy-mouthed approach. Their bands made, they would create an album. Some of the songs might not have anything to do with anti-whitism, but the rest did. We have to be white positive. We have to be white positive in our music. Not every single song has to be about white positivity, but just about. And it's got to use white positive language throughout the totality, and no white negative garbage. We look at and this is the exact opposite. Really quickly, we've had lots of musicians attempt to create music for the white sympathetic sphere, but it's been all white negative and has done nothing. If anything, it's made people act more immoral, more obnoxious. So we need the reverse of that. That means it can be hardcore, it can be badass as all. We get to decide, but it's white positive. But Mike's yours, brother.
Yeah, and white positive means also, a reflection of our biospirit. So it doesn't have to include lyrics. It can be purely instrumental.
Precisely. Yeah.
Yeah, and I definitely recommend to our guys, check out Pantera. You will not regret it. One other thing, brother, big thanks to Final Blossom. I got this random email out of nowhere, and this absolute alpha male sends me a video. I did not ask for this. None of the GFC leaders asked for this, and he gives us a high quality video promoting the GFCs. Big thanks to you, final boss. And
Yes.
big thanks to you. Everyone, go check out his video, subscribe to his YouTube channel. The emails are all there for all the GFCs. Choose the GFC you want to join and join the GFCs. Patrick, you heard from Patrick. He's got a lot of cool stuff on the way. They came through karaoke night. They came up with game night.
How nice.
These guys are going to be doing all kinds of stuff. Yeah. My GFC, we had our movie night, and it was great. We broke down and analyzed the first Matrix.
Okay, cool.
And
Yeah,
that was a blast because there's so many MPs and so much symbolism in that movie that it's really worth breaking down. Next one is already scheduled for Thursday, March 24th at 5 p.m. ET. And if you are a member of the GFCs and you want to join, I will be sharing that link with the other GFC leaders. So just let them know to share that link with you so you can join us. We're going to be doing that on Hyperbeam. It's going to be Office Space. We're going to be watching and breaking down Office Space. We've got a whole list of movies that we're likely to go through. Quick note on the Matrix. Second Matrix, when Neo meets the architect, one of in that room full of screens, one of the Neos says, "You old white prick," about the architect.
Really?
Yes, it's kind of like this subtle line.
Wow.
That is there. Yeah. There's so much anti-whiteism in those movies.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. So it's great for us to go and break down these movies. You have to revisit this old media and MC the MPs that you've already been infected with. You got to make the unconscious conscious, or it's going to rule your life. There's no other way around it. A final thing I'll say, brother, is if you apply for a GFC, please respect the GFC leader's time and show up. If you agreed to do a vetting, please show up. Don't leave them hanging. I've been hearing of that happening. Respect their time, just like you would respect the time of a friend, a family member, anything else that you're applying with. You would respect their time. So if someone spoke with you and you agreed to do a vetting to join their GFC, please show up. And if you change your mind, at least send them an email and let them know that. Final thing, brother. Send me those images that you mentioned.
Oh yeah.
So I can add the website to them.
I'll do that. I appreciate you, man. Just folks, big round of applause for both of these wonderful callers and the work that they're doing. Thank you so very much, brother. You're just the absolute best. Think of the champions that are going to come out of these GFCs who are getting trained in how to articulate our own story, our concepts, being able to see the anti-whiteism in movies. It's really gratifying and inspiring. I think we're all holding our breath for as each new champion comes forward. Thank you so much, Mr. V.
Thank you, brother. You are the absolute best. Our brothers and sisters as well. You guys are the absolute best. And yeah, we got a lot of good stuff planned for GFC. You really don't want to hesitate. You want to join one. Let me check. Oh yeah, right now. You want to? Right now is a good time.
Right,
thank you for everything, brother. Promethean Hales.
Promethean Hales, champion. We'll talk soon. All right, that was Mr. V, and we're gonna have a quick call with White Wellbeing advocate here over on this platform, and then I think that'll be all for today. And then if there's anybody else, write me quickly so that I have you at the top of the list for next week. But really quickly, I want to mention there was a bass guitarist was saying that you're in the America First Musicians group. Hey man, drop those 5 key concepts in there while you're talking, without necessarily proselytizing for going free or anything. I mean, you have these people who are dedicated to the follow Nick community, and so bringing up the work that we do here might immediately cause them to have the same sort of immune response you see in conservative circles or Republican circles that just want to get rid of you right away. So instead, just use those key concepts so that the good folks over there can be empowered, and they can go out into the world, and they can change the world with the work that they're doing. So that was just a suggestion I wanted to make for you. And I saw Zarathustra's here. Great to see you, brother, as we were rolling. Promethean Epoch asked about a green screen for the Going Free streams. I could do, I mean, I would have to change the space. I mean, I couldn't be in here because it would take up too much space. But I would have to change the space. I could potentially do, I don't know, in the thread, once we're in replay, let me know. I mean, if you think a green screen will help any. Initially in YouTube, it was all about being able to come into somebody's office, being able to come into somebody's living room and have a conversation with them. That was the big draw. But now you see so many of these shows on YouTube and elsewhere that they imitate the anti-whites mainstream media with fake backgrounds, and and really it's just a piece of green cloth against a concrete wall or hanging from the ceiling or whatever it is, and they imitate it, that they're in a city or what have you, and then they get attention. There's like some sort of like legitimacy conferred upon them if it looks like they're in a studio in a 50-story building when they're not. But I don't know, maybe that's I'll think about it. Let me know if you all think that would be the way to go. And we're going to place our final call, 5 to 8 minutes, with another champion, White Wellbeing activist. Where is my link? And advocate, White Wellbeing advocate. And then we will be rolling out, or just checking out, of this gathering. Here comes the call.
Hey,
What's going on, brother?
Let me.
It's all right. Nobody can see you. Yeah, you could fix it up.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. First off, I just wanted to say, man, Patrick, Mr. V, and everyone on, as they're on the GFCs, man, they're champions and innovators and really making it happen.
Yeah.
Writing history here. But, yeah, a lot of what I was going to say is, some bit's been said. But, want to join my GFC, come reach out. We can reach out to actual company and corporate entities, leave reviews that consumers and places where people, especially a lot of vagues, are more likely to look.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of vagues, they care more. They care much more about their everyday experience, buying and shopping and yada yada, things that happen in those spheres, than anything that they would identity.
Oh yeah.
Related in any other case. But if they're, if consumers do care, if they're, in a sandwich and white erasure in their face, they care a little more about that. It's like, what are you doing? I'm just getting a sandwich, and that's seriously like,
yeah,
so it's not even, they don't even have to have racial consciousness for us to actually know where to meet them halfway at. And that's the beauty of using the lexicon.
Yeah.
Reaching out, leaving consumer reviews. So, I mean, guys,
yeah,
feel free to reach out to my GFC, reach out, which, as long as, when you got a time or whatever, just make sure we communicate if and when you need to reschedule or whatever, just make sure, respectfully let me know. But also, yes, reach out. We'll do all this. And I guess that's it for now. Yeah, guys, reach out. Western Market Direct, go on that website if you have a business, or if you even just need it posted, you reach out, post on White Wellbeing community, or pay my friends, not friends like the dictionary way it's spelled, friends like FREN .net, paymyfriends.net. and most of you guys probably already know White Wellbeing community, or Western Market Direct if you wanted actually us to seek out and market right there in any locations where leads of people will be walking by. But all right.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, I appreciate you everything you've been doing and everything we've all been doing. But I had a pretty decent day, coming to this point. I'm every time the end of the stream when the calls, I'm like getting off work and I'm like tired, but like I made sure to drink a little extra caffeine now, so it's for the call this time.
Perfect. Perfect. I know I have plenty of my own caffeine.
Anyways,
all right, brother.
I'll talk to you next week. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails to you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow. Nothing but epic champions for White Wellbeing here, changing the world by changing the story we live in. Don't forget that we have a glorious picnic coming up. This is Yiz's picnic, and I decided to go, and a bunch of folks decided to go. It's going to be wonderful. White positivity as far as the eye can see. I bet you this place will glow. It's going to be so wonderful. It's going to be very white. It's going to be very white. People who care about our destiny, about our victimization. Yes, our victimization. People who want to put it in. People who want to stop the tears of all of our people, our youngest, our oldest, even our strongest, who can physically hold back the tears, but internally they can't. Internally, it still does the same damage. It still does the same hurt. So many of our people need to be picked up. They can go so much further than they've gone in their lives, and they don't even realize it. Some of them have an inclining, but by far and large, most of them don't. They don't know what they're capable of because they've been severed from a great heritage, from the history of a great people. Every one of our countries, all of our heroes are in the veins, or in the sinew, or in the spirit of every single one of us. We need to break through these mean pathogens, break through these chains, these ideas that hold you back from being who you are, being able to identify with our very best in every single field. Because you've been told over and over that you're just from an evil people and you have this evil seed in you. And you learned that at your earliest days. You can't escape that, regrettably. But you can, with the practice of going free, you can begin to build counter triggers to these poisons in our system so that they activate as soon as the trigger, the anti-white trigger, is activated. And then you'll discover suddenly, as though by surprise, as though some sort of magic was at work, you will discover these latent abilities beginning to demonstrate themselves to you, beginning to come out of mists that you didn't even know existed. When you embrace these things and when you put them to use in service of the only thing that can ask you to sacrifice your life, that is the thing that gave you life, the spirit of the West. It is what you are. You are what you are because of what it bequeaths to you. When you give your very best to the only thing that can ask of you your life and your very best, you'll discover that all of you and all that you can do are magnified 100-fold. That is when people have the support of divinity. That is when people suddenly are able to do things that everyone else shakes their heads at, and they create ridiculous stories about how the things were done. It is, in a way, beyond understanding. It is, in a way, beyond what we measure with our scientific instruments and what we can see in our regular lives, especially in this disgusting fallen age. But it's not something that you find your way back to. It's not a hillock or a mountain's top that you climb by way of quietism at some church somewhere, or by way of voting for some new shyster politician. You can only reach it by way of the most arduous journey that's inside yourself. You have to use that spirit of the West, that great voice, as your guiding light and your mentor and your companion, your travel guide. Because if you do, then you'll get there, at least as close as you could ever get in one life. And you'll do things that people will remember for eternity. I love you all. Let's go free.